Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
Not my YouTube. When I pull it up, it goes to an old Joe Rogan podcast from a while back. I don't know why it's saved that way. Like, I just don't get it. So every time I click on it, it's annoying as hell because it pops up right away. I'm like, no, that's not where I want to be. Everybody hear me? Yeah. Oh, of course not. You've been doing that lately too. You've been muting yourself.
They can't hear me was the main thing. But it looks like it's good now.
Do the show anymore.
Hey, yo, you better watch out.
Look at all these people. Look at all these beautiful people already. What are you guys all doing?
Y'all are in here getting lit. Hey. No, we're definitely going to give Xbox some smoke. I see y'all in chat already. Xbox definitely has got to get some smoke today. We're gonna get knee deep in that conversation. No, that's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
That is a fact. Everybody's going to get some smoke. I do think I'm definitely going to go. I'm not going to say off kilter on it, but it's more so when you have the prime opportunity to stand out amongst the crowd, especially with everything that is happening, and then you also look at the optics of things. Again, it just I hate this. Well, I don't hate to say it, but because we have these conversations and just try to have a good time thinking about it and just trying to anticipate what's going to be what's happening over the horizon. And more, Pong, unfortunately, it seems like, the money men you always speak to seem to be more on the front line more than anything else. And that's extremely unfortunate because, you've already went this direction with, if you're not going to compete on the hardware side of things, which is fine, or at least on exclusivity, which is fine. I've always said there's multiple ways that you can jump into this and do things different. And I think raising the price of the console was not the thing that you should have been doing differently, right? Especially knowing, I think consumers are pretty trained now as well with hardware. It doesn't get more expensive as the years go by. It's always been the reverse. And now seeing this go the way that it is and people backing it up and saying, oh, it's tariffs, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. Look, guys, like at the end of the day, as a consumer, and that's always the place we're going to come from first, the educated consumer perspective. And as a consumer, I can give a fuck less when they're talking about the profits that they're making. They're firing all these folks. Like, the last thing that you need to do right now as far as the gaming entertainment industry goes, especially for consoles being more of a consumer facing product, is racing the price, bro. If anything, you should have dropped the price down. You know how crazy the conversations would have been if you would have dropped the price by $100 and said, look, this is what it is. And how excited people probably would have been. Drop the Series S down another $100 to like $250 guaranteed out the door. How many more people would have been enticed, especially June is next month. You had the perfect stage for yourself once again. And it's just weird that they chose to go this direction. And again, we're not the money men. We're not the people sitting on the board. We're not, invested. I don't have stock in Microsoft, but it's just.
They don't care about the console though, Steel. And we'll get into it. They doesn't care. They don't care about the sales. They don't.
And I get that, but in the same breath, it's just like, bro.
You can't say you get that.
I do.
And then, I know, but you can't say you get that and then say, well, but think about how the money men, the top, don't care. They don't, they're not gamers. They don't care, Steel. They don't care about the consumer base as far as the console base goes. They're playing along with it right now because they've got about 30, 35 million, 40 million people in console. So they're playing along with it, but they want to whittle that down.
I think it's deeper than that though, because you still wouldn't be wanting to get more invested in hardware and talking to parties, because that still takes resources and R&D, research and development.
The way they're going completely different. So they want these consoles done. You see what I'm saying? Like they're transitioning to a new type of console. So they want this done. Like that's why.
But even the new type of console still has to have a floor, right?
I understand,
especially with the way we've seen this generation goes. With we haven't even seen. We're just now seeing Xbox One and PlayStation 4, and we're what are we 4 years into the generation now?
Mm-hmm.
We're 4 years into the generation, and we're just now. This is five. We're seeing.
It came out 2020.
This is like it's becoming similar to almost the PS2 era, where you saw PS2 games for damn near almost a decade later. They were still making those PS2 games. You're like, bro, what are we doing? Like, I get that you have a lot of people on that platform, except you have the opposite situation here, and it's just I don't know, man. It's. I get why you say that I wouldn't be able to say that, but in the same breath, it's like that's the gray side of it, because as much as the money men don't care, it's like I at least would still have hope that. And again, I this is me. I like to be a little bit more optimistic. You know what I mean?
No. Listen. But it's the same as how you feel about me saying I wish they were competing 1-for-1 with Sony.
Oh yeah.
It's the same concept, right?
I get that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same concept. Like, no, I think they would be doing better had they been competing 1-for-1, right? I think they would be doing a lot better if they were competing 1-for-1 with Sony. Had they given themselves another 2-3 years to get this all worked out?
I think that conversation is different. That conversation is definitely different.
No, it's the same.
It is. No, that conversation is different because, again, you're seeing with Xbox releasing games on PlayStation now, it is literally proving the point. So, people were not going to buy an Xbox regardless to play those games. No,
yes, they would have
because they've waited this long.
As the catalog built, they would have still. If Oblivion Remake was Xbox only, they would have. Had they bought Claire Expedition 33, right? Had they bought exclusivity with the Game Pass deal, people would have bought the Xbox. As that mounted, you would have seen people transition. Now, to what
I don't think it would have mattered because I still don't think Expedition 33 did as well as it should have. No, but it's everywhere.
But it's building. Like it's like one of those slow burns, right? So, but I'm just even saying the argument is there still, and that's what I feel like we're on the same page, because what you are stating is not incorrect per se, right? It's not incorrect. They could have done something different and potentially capitalized on this situation in a different way, the complete opposite of whatever else.
That's what you would hope for.
And I get that, but that's what I'm saying.
And that's why I said
they could have capitalized on their original plan to go exclusive and to go toe-to-toe with Sony 1-for-1. I still think they could have capitalized. Now, you are in a disagreement with that, and I am in disagreement with you in some ways that they would have gotten any more excitement for dropping the price on their console. They're not manufacturing these consoles. They're sold out everywhere right now still. People are posting. It's sold out. Just because of the price increase, people are now buying the rest of the stock, but they just don't have stock because they're not making that console. That's why I'm telling you, they're trying to phase this already out. This generation is already phasing out for Xbox because they're done. Like that's where they are. They're going to have another console. Again, we all agree upon that. They're going to have multiple, I think. They're going to have a handheld and they're going to have a regular box. But they are done with this generation. They have not been producing Xboxes anymore. Like they've pulled stock from other areas in the world. Like they're kind of done still. That's what I'm saying. They're just not going to do that. They're not going to take losses. They're not going to take bigger losses. They were already taking losses.
And again, right? it very well may be just hopeful wishing, but then that's why I did what I led into it with. It is more leaning into the way that you've been kind of speaking to it, right? I still have that hope, that optimism that, hey, they'll see the forest through the trees, but it's just, again, this is another situation where it is a rake step, and you look at it and you're like, bruh, you had all the ample opportunity to do ABC things, and you still continue to do we're Microsoft, it's expensive, we have to do these things in order to keep our headroom the way that it is. I don't think the Game Pass is the excuse for that. I don't think none of anything else. And again, as the consumer, I don't necessarily care why, but of course we're going to we discuss why because we take that RTS approach and try to take things into consideration, but at the end of the day it doesn't really matter to me as the person investing into the platform or buying the software, because again, at the end of the day, hey, I've been investing more than I ever have before into the gaming industry. I've had more ways than ever to access content than I've ever had before, right? So it is one of those things where you see Thanos with the fucking with the needle shit saying that, hey, it's supposed to be like this is how things are perfectly balanced. And it's just difficult to see where that balance is, because I can explain it like, damn, I'm getting all this value. But it's also like on the opposite end, it's like, damn, I feel like this other end of the rope is burning, and they're intentionally burning it because they want me to buy a new rope. You know what I mean? Like, that's at least that's how I'm seeing it. It's crazy. I was just expecting better. I was hoping for better, but
Correct.
That's it.
Well, it is what it is. Yep. And yes, everybody, this is, I just answered Remake Station, but this is
nice.
Arc Raiders from last night. This is Series X footage. Me and Steel jumped in last night. Shout out to Takato. Pull out the friend codes. Got both Steel and I in last night, or got Steel and I in. Steel's played more than me, obviously. Last night was the first time I got to jump in. But yes, it does look good on the Series X. Performance needs some work, but it does look good. And we're going to talk about Arc Raiders because Steel and I have a pretty damn good time with this game. So there's something here, folks. And just a heads up for those of you that might not be in the know, Embark Studios is former Battlefield devs. We talked about this a long time ago. They are made up of the good Battlefield devs. This is not the latest batch. This is going back to Bad Company Battlefield 3 devs when they formed Embark Studios. So they have talent, much like we saw of course, Sandfall and Expedition 33 being former Ubisoft devs. This is a talented group here in Embark. And obviously the finals kind of showed they knew what they were doing. They brought some of that Battlefield to the finals. This game right here, as a not the biggest extraction shooter guy, I was having a pretty freaking great time with Steel last night and with a rando because we were getting randos. But
was it a bad rando?
No, Steel's got the good footage up right now. Gore Puppy. So Gore Puppy was shout out to Gore Puppy, whoever you were, rando. He was pretty damn good. He was holding it down. So, but
he was questionable in the first round. He was questionable in the first match, but Bone said we should give him a shot. So he picked it up.
He pulled through, man. He pulled through. It was good shit. He tried to start some shit though when we needed to extract.
Yeah, that was
and I had to run away because I was done. I'm like, I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, nah, you can't be. It's definitely one of those games where being by yourself is not the idea. And we'll talk about it. Nonetheless, I have seen people comparing what Arc Raiders has in comparison to Marathon, because both of those tests are kind of going on right now. I see you, Nixie, saying you got your Arc Raiders code today. Do be aware that it does end tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. I do think, and it's impressive enough. I'll give you guys a little bit of a sneak peek. I do think Arc Raiders is impressive enough that it can be released in an open beta right now, and they would be able to build off of it. Very easily, as long as you already had a roadmap and had a direction that you know you want to go, maybe some ideas in the background. But I think you could easily maybe even do some founders editions or stuff like that, where you get people who want to, put a dub down, put $20 down, put whatever the case might be, kind of like how Path of Exile does it, where so you can get an open beta for free, but you get this, but then, you can also invest if you'd like to, just to get a little entry point going on. Cause I do think Arc Raiders is supposed to be $40, if I'm not mistaken as well.
I don't remember. I don't know if they announced that.
I don't think they announced a price, but from what I recall, it's supposed to be a paid for game. I don't think it's going to be free to play. I don't think it's going to be free to play. I don't think so, because I think that was the other thing that brought both of them into conversation.
Oh, no, they did announce the title will launch as a $40.
Okay,
so it has actually been announced. So
okay, so perfect. I knew it wasn't. I had a feeling
like. Let's see. Executive producer Alexander Granda announced that the title will launch as a premium offering for $40. Yep. Okay.
It's good if they make it $40, as long as you give me. See, this is the hard thing, because Helldivers has something similar as well. You pay for the game, and
thanks, Tim. So I wasn't lying when I heard that originally.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Tim said the same thing, that they originally planned it for free to play and then changed it. Okay.
Helldivers has something similar as well. You buy the game, and then they also have like their in-game battle pass, which you don't have to spend any money on. You can just play the game and you'll be able to unlock stuff. I do like that, although Helldivers did introduce pay to win with being able to buy the battle pass to unlock weapons early, because there was weapons inside of some of those battle passes, right? So you either had the option of playing the game to unlock that weapon, or you can buy it and then you buy everything in there and then you kind of instantly unlocked it. I don't want them to go that direction, but if this is the way that they do it, make it more, you earn stuff throughout the game through just playing, I think that's going to be really enticing. And as long as they don't get rid of anything, sunset any battle passes or anything, I think that'll be cool too. So we'll see how it goes, man. I mean, again, $40 isn't a bad price, but I always take a step back from that conversation, because I know a lot of people don't feel like multiplayer games are worth that. And I'm from an era where, again, I'll continue to say it, I was paying for Battlefield when it was online only, or you were playing against bots and that's all you had. So, and that was a full price game. It was $40, $60 for the PC disc. The expansions were also $30, $40. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm used to that. But the difference is that there was product there. For me, the maps were there. It was expansive. I knew I was going to get 100 hours at least out of this experience, and I could see me easily doing that with Arc Raiders. I really like it, and the other thing too, Arc Raiders has also sparked up a conversation that's always frustrating to me. Well, one, it's the multiplayer side of things. People are like, oh man, I really wish this had more PvE. I wish it was more, had like a PvE specific mode. And look, again, I get it. If you had type of modes available, it could be for those people who are more casual, just fight the bots. I mean, again, Pawn was making a bunch of Terminator references last night. I could see them doing something similar to that, or maybe like a Helldivers-esque mode, right? Where you and your boys just drop in and you try to extract, and you're just fighting a map full of AI. I can see that somewhat of that being a possibility, although I do like the PvP in this game. And again, it's offering something unique that I haven't felt since Last of Us. For me, it's like Gears of War. Honestly, I think before that, it goes Ghost Recon, Grawl, Gears, Last of Us, and then now Arc Raiders, with the way that they make third-person combat feel, the way they make the exploration feel in Arc Raiders. So there's a lot of potential there that has me excited. And then people wanting first person in the game, it's like, why can't these games just be what they are? Like, damn, Call of Duty took out third person. It's first person. It's a first person shooter. Like, I'm complaining about it in there because Modern Warfare 2 Classic had third person. Like, I'm not asking for something that didn't exist before. You know what I mean? It's one thing if I go to fucking Avowed, or I go to fucking one of the Elder Scrolls games and say, oh man, or a Fallout and say, oh man, this third person is ass. Well, still, it's not intended for that. It's first person. But again, my argument would be, well, then don't give me the option. If it's ass, don't give me the option. But then, that's just me being funny. Anyway. Enough of that. Let's get into it. As you can tell, we got a lot to get into. Xbox raising prices. Borderlands 4 was actually looking damn good. That got announced that it's actually releasing early. I think it was 2 weeks earlier than previously announced. So that's interesting. And does open up the chance for maybe me and Pawn to get some runs in Borderlands, since we did enjoy Tiny Tina's, right? Borderlands 3 was weak for me. It gave me a really bad taste of what people always said Borderlands was. And again, I've seen nothing but people say that in comparison to 2, 3 isn't what it needs to be. But
2 is a GOAT. Like, video game wise, is a GOAT.
Yeah,
like it established looter shooters. Like, that is like the game, right? So between Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 2, bro, they just, you go to Borderlands 3, you're right. It is way down from those two. But 2, oh my God.
Yeah.
Hard to come up against the GOAT, brother.
I've heard. So we'll see what 4 ends up bringing us. Take-Two did end up delaying GTA 6. Ooh, guys, you probably heard of us talk about it consistently and say that, hey, I don't think it's coming out in 2025. Pong has even put bets on it, right? Nobody's wanted to reach out and shake that hand. I guess they were scared. People had their doubts, and
I
nonetheless,
had to put money on it. I said if I had to put money on it, I would certainly bet that they were going to delay it. So, I mean, again, it was just saying.
I thought it was within expectation, and honestly, it's a year delay at least, right? So, even if it wasn't planned to be released this month, nonetheless, it is far into next year. So, well, spring of next year. So that's going to be interesting to see how things play out.
Birthday next year.
That's going to be.
There's a PC launch. I might be playing day one Grand Theft Auto 6 on my birthday. We'll see.
That'd be interesting.
Streaming them too.
That would be extra interesting, actually, for sure. Yeah, it depends on what it's going to do. I do think, again, that leaves ample opportunity for them to release the PC side of it. Again, I've mentioned that here as well. I do think that them not releasing on PC day and date is a missed opportunity, seeing how people have what they've done with RP role playing, and that has carried GTA up to this point. Why it has stayed as popular, why it has sold as well as it has. Be without a shadow of a doubt, and I think that could be what a lot is going into this one. So we'll see. And then Expedition 33, actually the producers and some of the team coming out and stating that Oblivion releasing and them also demonstrating the game during the showcase that Xbox did, or the developer direct, I believe it was, actually benefited the game because it got more eyes on it, right? And they were also happy with what they've seen from Game Pass. They're really were excited about that again. And, all the people were kind of dooming and glooming Xbox, saying, hey, well, what are they doing releasing these games next to each other? I was on the side of, hey, I think they're different experiences. I did personally try Oblivion. It made me re-download Skyrim. I'll talk about that when I'm talking about stuff I'm playing. And I'm enjoying the shit out of Expedition 33. It's been nothing short of phenomenal. I'm playing it in a very special and particular, a certain way. Maybe it's predictable, maybe it's not. We'll see. We'll talk about that more as well. But you are here with Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. The main thing that we like to do here is we like to take that RTS approach, just meaning, which is real-time strategy. We pull ourselves out of the world. We look at the darker crevices of the map. We pull our resources together so we can build up not only our own foundation right here on Live a Split Screen, but also the foundation for the potential 2 to 3 million gamers that are out there. I just feel like that's important, man. Also, we're all the home of that ECP. That's an educated consumer perspective. Because, as I mentioned, me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. We're two dudes with plenty of professional knowledge behind us, and gaming knowledge is a must. So we definitely bring that to the table as well. And we just like to play a little armchair CEO every now and then, and try to predict some things. And I'd like to say we've been on the pulse quite a bit. I think we've been pretty accurate as far as shows go. But again, we're just two dudes chopping it up, catching up on a week-to-week basis, and getting the chat involved with us too, man. So if you're liking what you got so far, a little bit what I would call behind the scenes, go ahead and drop us if you got the emotes, drop us some ECP, some RTS in the chat. Maybe hit a like button, say what's up, so you can get that shout out when Paul ends up doing that. But I gotta introduce the uncanny gentleman himself, but I didn't even introduce myself. Damn, I am so unselfish.
Hey, you've been talking all this time about all this stuff, and you thought you had already talked about yourself, but you didn't. So go ahead.
Didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I gotta at least tell you guys my name. I know my name is above my head, but my name is Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. Twitter or X is the easiest place you can find my information. That's where I'm most active at. And Blue Sky, YouTube, whatever it may be, that's where you can find me. But because I have been talking for a minute, I got to get to the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Man that is not Cyclops, but he is my brother from another, the one and only Pong. So, what's going on, Pong? How are you feeling, brother man? What you been into?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What a great morning. What a great start to a Saturday. What a great week of gaming news. It has been fun. We're going to get into the criticism. We're going to get into the talk. Again, I put out a big post. Got some traction. But as I said in that post at the end, I will always love, no matter what, how fascinating this industry can be at all times. Like I could disagree with a lot of ways that they're doing things, but at the same time, it is fascinating. And that's why we do podcasts, because we want to talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a good talk today about that. So yeah, it's been a great week, and it's been a great week of gaming because of, obviously, Oblivion is back in my I'm back in love again.
Feeling good about it?
Yeah. It's a long lost love who you know, separated from, but you didn't separate from because you guys broke up. You just separated because life changed and you had to go your separate ways, right? So you stayed in love with that person, and you think about them from time to time, wonder how they're doing, and then they show back up decades later, looking good, right? Looking real good, like a whole new person sometimes. And but the same soul is there, right? She's beautiful. Oblivion is, you know, I said that Starfield had taken my number one slot for my favorite game, as it, you know, should, because I love Bethesda so much, and obviously I thought it was the best Bethesda RPG so far. People disagreed with me vehemently. That's fine. Don't care. It's my own personal opinion. But now that Oblivion has been reskinned and is back, and I'm playing it again still after all this time, Oblivion's retaken my slot. The Oblivion remaster is number one on my spot now. I'm beyond words of describing this game at this point. I think that a lot of people have shown that emotion in their videos about Oblivion and what it means to them. Oblivion is that game that means that to me, because again, it was the game that I had played Morrowind, and I had loved Morrowind, right? But Oblivion, when I got on my 360, just opened my eyes and cemented myself as a Western RPG, just absolute fanatic. And that style of game. And what Bethesda did with Oblivion to this day, even if you put it side by Skyrim, and people are doing that because of what they changed in Skyrim. You go back and play Oblivion, and there is more pure RPG to Oblivion than there is in even Skyrim. And there's something very, very special, and goats don't ever go away. Goats don't fade with time. Goats continue to be goats for a reason. And this is for me. People could disagree. People could say you can't go back and play old games and they're not the same. And I know Steele's tried playing old games sometimes and it doesn't work for him. But for me, this never changed. But now that it's come back reskinned in the way that it has, this is the reason why I love video gaming, man. Oblivion is one of the main reasons why I have such a passion for video games, amongst many, many others, obviously. All the lead up to Western RPGs and that open world experience that Bethesda gives us and has become famous for, and so many now do that. The Might and Magics, the corridor RPGs that we got back in the day, right? The Ultimas that kind of set up the open world aspect where you could do a lot of things. Shout out to Lord British and what he established. But Bethesda took it to new levels with Morrowind, but then especially with Oblivion for me. So I love Oblivion. I'm back. This is my game of the year. I don't care. Okay. This is my game of the year. Absolutely. Hands down. I don't care what else comes out this year. This is game of the year. So I will be in Oblivion for a long time. It will not be being deleted anytime soon. I don't care what else shows up. You'll be hearing me talk about Oblivion from time to time throughout all of our shows into the future. The experience is just, and I haven't even left like really, I haven't really done much. Again, this is how I play. Like, I'm going back to my roots. I am hoarding everything. I am stealing everything. Like, this is what I do, right? This is how I love to play Oblivion. Like, I'm going to eventually start doing missions, start getting out there in the world again. But there's so much to do in every area of Oblivion. It is sick. Just going down into the sewers is a whole new world. Like, it's just massive and it's so much fun. And I love this place. So anyways, Oblivion, hats off to Virtuous and hats off to Bethesda. You did your thing. Claire Expedition 33, continue to push forward on it. I have not
to
lowered. I've not lowered the difficulty as of yet. I don't like going below normal. You guys will very rarely hear me say that I ever put a game into easy mode. It's just a thing with me. Even if I'm really enjoying a game, if I can't do it on normal, it's kind of an ego, just stubborn thing. Like, I'm just not going to do it. It's okay. It's fine. Then I just can't do it. Again, that's why Souls games is like, okay, great. I just can't do it. That's fine. No big deal. I'm not going to say they're trash or anything like that. But Claire Obscure, right? If it wasn't for Oblivion, Claire Obscure would probably be my front runner, easily hands down for Game of the Year this year. What Sandfall's done again to reinvigorate, and I don't care. People want to downplay this shit. People are so weird about their favorite shit. Like if a new Western RPG comes out and blows Bethesda out of the water, like Cyberpunk, like, you know, again, CDPR did their thing. Like if that happened, I don't go, oh, you can't say this is like the greatest. You got to remember all the things that came before. You got to go remember Bethesda. Come on. No. Even as a massive Bethesda fan, you still got to give credit where credit's due. And I've seen a lot of JRPG fans go, oh, we haven't been, you guys just capping for turn-based now because you like Claire Obscure, but you guys been missing it all the great JRPGs and the great turn-based stuff here. Like, and they go and list all the stuff that we've played, Steel, whether it's action JRPGs or it's turn-based JRPGs. And there's been a lot of great ones for the past couple of years, especially. There's been a ton of it. But to gatekeep that way, I guess I should say, as a JRPG fan, I don't know what that accomplishes. If Claire Obscure, just like Baldur's Gate 3, opens up a whole new audience to the idea, like Steel, of playing turn-based games again or trying them for the first time, right? Because of what it brings. Not to say that it's going to all of a sudden make them go play every turn-based game. No, of course not. Not to make them going to fall in love with the old school turn-based where it's you take your turn, I take my turn. You take your, like, no. But if it opens up a new audience to the idea of turn-based games existing in this day and age when so many people did, again, the other side of gatekeeping, said that turn-based games were dead and nobody should play them anymore, nobody should make them anymore, which is bullshit as well, of course. So if it takes a game like Claire Obscure to come along and do this and invigorate a new audience while also invigorating the old audience to this type of level of talk around it, then so be it. Celebrate the shit out of it, especially coming from a brand new studio out of nowhere, out of left field, from former Ubisoft devs from France, putting their own twist on the entire genre, bringing in, and I've heard the arguments. Steel and I were just talking about this last night while we were playing Arc Raiders. And, you know, Steel was telling me about some of the arguments going on about whether or not, you know, Claire Obscure's Souls-like or not. It is Souls-like. They brought in Souls-like stuff to it. It's okay to say that. I know it's overused, and I know sometimes we all get sick of, here we go again, another Souls-like, another roguelike, another. I get that, but the facts are the facts. This is a combo platter of JRPG and Souls-like, and why I say that is somebody who is not a Souls-like player, somebody who does not enjoy that. That's my hang-up. My one hang-up with this game is that the parry dodge system is necessary. You have to do it. I can't play this like an old school JRPG. I can play it that way to a certain degree, how I build my characters. Steel and I were talking about that last night. Steel's building his characters completely different because this man is a parrying machine. And like a lot of people are showing, if you are a parrying machine in Claire Expedition 33, you can wipe the biggest bosses off the face of the planet and have zero vitality. Okay, you can have minimal vitality, minimal defense. It don't matter if you can parry the shit out of everything. Yeah, this game allows you to do that, and it breaks, and that's cool as hell. Like, again, I give the developers extra bonus credit for allowing that shit to happen for somebody who is skilled enough to get the parry system down. That's cool. For me, it being necessary to dodge or parry, and dodge is easier for anybody wondering.
And you're playing on normal too, right? I just want to
give people
on normal too.
Right. I'm playing on normal, right? So again, I still am having problems, and I've never shied away from saying this stuff like it is. It's a problem for me. This is why, and even like I was telling Steel in the DMs, even when I do wind up in a boss fight and wind up getting dodges down or parry down and I defeat the boss, I don't get satisfaction from that battle. To me, it feels like I got lucky because that's my skill level. That's a me thing. I don't put that on the game. But this is a Souls-like inclusion of mechanics. And anybody trying to say it's not is bullshitting you. I have seen so many Souls-like fans coming around and saying, oh my God, they made this turn-based JRPG for us. We have been trained for this day, everybody. Like, there is a ton of Souls fans playing Cleric Expedition 33 because of that fact. And I think that's freaking fantastic. Again, I think it's awesome for Sandfall. It's part of it. They're not making a hand-holdy type game. They're not making a game that's accessible for everybody. They're not doing that shit. They're leaning into what they wanted to make their game, their vision for what a JRPG could be in 2025, and they have changed the perception for a great many gamers, and that deserves extra credit for Sandfall as well. I will not take any of this away from them. I think this is beautiful. This is amazing. Outside of that, this game, like I was saying, I may wind up dropping it down to easy mode for me, but the only reason why I'm going to do that is because the story, the characters, the atmosphere, everything I talked about last week simply gets better and better and better the more you play it. I've also seen people try to downplay, and again, this is all going to be subjective. It's fine if you feel this way.
Yep. I've
seen people downplaying the story, downplaying the writing, downplaying those aspects of this game. I'm sorry, I gotta vehemently disagree with you. We don't get games written this well. We don't get games.
No,
it's something I've been on for a long time.
I think it's done better than even Metaphor. I mean, just up front. Just up front.
And what's crazy, Steele, if you go look at the lady who wrote this game, she has no other credits to her name.
And that's impressive.
She's a first-time writer for movies, for TV, nothing. This is her first credit on IMDb as lead writer.
I think that's more impressive than anything.
That is huge. Again, I've been on this writing kick because we have seen a lack of writing. We have seen a hiring of lesser than, and what my opinion would be, writing talent recently in video games, in a lot of them. But all of a sudden, we have now seen some really great writing show up. And Cleric Expedition 33, again, should be given credit because this is not your everyday tropey story, okay? It's not. It's not your everyday. This is a whole brand new world based loosely on France at some point, but it's not. It's a whole different world. Of course, it's got French influence. Of course, it's got that architecture. Of course, it's got all that to it. Of course, they speak French. I love when they say merde. I just love when they swear in French. I think it's freaking dope as hell. I think they should do it more. Yeah. But this is adult writing. This is a great original story. And again, the character development, how it's written. Again, they try to throw. I don't know, Seal. I haven't gotten to the point yet. It's not really a spoiler. It's just an example. I haven't seen the scene for myself yet, but I watched somebody show the clip of it. There was a scene where we've seen writing in some of these games like Avowed and Dragon Age Inquisition and stuff, just be really cheesy and fucking corny with it and just really be dumb. And again, it's going to be subjective, but this is my personal take. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. It takes away from the game. It takes away from the moments, right?
What you speaking to?
This game has a lot of seriousness to it, a lot of deep shit to it. That's the basis of this game. It is deep, okay? But they also have playful jokes, like any good writing does. They also have moments of levity, which again, you don't have to be serious all the time, but it's got to play well if you're going to do it.
It's got to fit. Yeah,
you're in a mode. And I saw this clip, Steele, where what's his face, Gustav is about to go into a serious speech, and the music starts getting serious. And one of the girls, I can't remember if it's Luna or one of the other girls, turns to him and says, "Not now, Gustav. Not now." And it breaks, and the music like stops, like dead stops in the middle of it, right?
The music
they were like preparing you. Oh yeah, I'll get to that in a second. They were preparing you for this big emotional speech that Gustav was going to get, and then they just cut it off. Classic comedy. It just played really well. That is the level that I'm talking about. And obviously, we heard this week that it is now getting a movie. I mean, again, as it should capitalize on this Sandfall, capitalize on it. Get this set up for a perfect live action movie. Go do it. Just make it happen. I think it's awesome that they were ready to capitalize on a situation like this happening where they could go do this. Go make your movie. And then still to finish it off again, to add to the atmosphere, to add to the art direction, which is absolutely drop dead gorgeous, to add to the story is the music. I have been listening. I gotta pull up who did the music for it.
The sound somebody's music off of SoundCloud
lady,
apparently.
Yeah, they found
There's
the composer.
underground.
Yeah, they found the composer off of a SoundCloud. Like you said, a SoundCloud clip. And brought him in. Hold on. Expedition.
Yeah, because if we can give that person a shout out straight up, that'd be super dope. I didn't even
Because it's on
think about writing it
Spotify.
down.
So if you want to go listen to, I've been listening to it on Spotify. Music composer. Hold on. Let me pull this real quick because I do want to give the shout out.
I mean, if it's
Lorian
100%,
Lorian Testard.
Lorian Testar.
And I hope I'm pronouncing it right. But yeah, they found him from SoundCloud on an indie game forum. You would never believe that in a million years listening to the music in this game. That this, again, just like the writer, very few credits to the composer's name. Found him on SoundCloud in an indie game forum. This, whoever's the talent, whoever's picking up the talent for the studio should be rewarded as well because they're finding
Excellent
unknowns and bringing them in.
Director,
it is
direction, whatever it is. You are on
whatever
point.
it is, man. The music just is gorgeous. It will bring you places emotionally if music touches you in that way, which obviously to me, no pause here. It does touch me in certain ways. Music has always been that to me, all kinds of music. So when I hear a classical type soundtrack to a movie, but it takes you from lows to highs, and it fills in everything in between, and each scene is set up with that music. Each battle is enhanced by the music. Again, this game, like I just said, Oblivion's my game of the year because I'm playing personal favorite. I really don't care. Like I don't care. My opinion doesn't mean anything. But this game right here, now that we know that GTA 6 has moved out of the way, because GTA 6 would be the masses pick for a lot of shit. And it would happen even if we all hated it. It doesn't matter. It'd be the popular pick. This game right now is on track. Anything else that releases this year, and there's a lot of great games releasing this year. This game is going to sweep awards. This is going to be Baldur's Gate 3 all over again, where they basically walked in and pretty much took every single award they possibly could. Player Expedition 33 will be doing that.
It should be at the top. So far.
It will be. No. Acting, Steel, it's going to take it. Art direction, it's going to take it. Story writing, it's probably going to take it. They could have some competition. They could have some competition in the story writing. We'll see. That's a tough spot to be in. Music, it's going to take it. And then overall game of the year, it is going to sweep it. If they put it up in the categories with obviously JRPGs, RPGs, it's going to sweep the RPG category. This game is going to take everything. It is going to take everything. It is that big. It is that good. It may not be selling like a Baldur's Gate 3, but for a JRPG, it is selling extremely well. I think there's now word, Steel, that it is selling 3 times faster than any other JRPG on Steam ever.
Oh, damn.
So that is massive. That is massive. Like, this is a phenomenon. This is going to be a long-legged phenomenon. More and more people keep hearing about it. Each and every week, you kind of expect it, just like, anything, new games, new movies, or whatever, to kind of die down, the hype around these games. This hasn't happened with Claire Expedition. It's ramped up. I've seen more and more people jumping on board. I've seen more and more people experiencing something new within the game, going, holy shit, I can't believe this just happened. I see more and more reviewers and streamers putting out their conversations, their reviews on the game, talking about how freaking fantastic this is. This is going to be a long-legged game. And they have already come out and said that they think there's a good chance there's going to be DLC now for the game, which, again, capitalize on this shit. Steel and I were talking about this last night. Capitalize while you got it. Great for Sandfall. Great for a young studio. Couldn't be more excited for a new studio than I am for this team right here, Steel. This is like big time, bro, to show up this way. Like, we have our indie darlings every year, and it's freaking fantastic. And I know some people will disagree. Like, oh, Sandfall is not really an indie team. It's made up of former Ubisoft. Listen, bro, 30 people, 40 people making this type of game. It's an indie game, man. This is, but it's on AAA side of things. Like, this is huge. And this shows the power that the indie AA scene has in this industry and can produce, and it's showing up all the AAA big dogs, which is what I love, because that's going to get into a conversation about what's going on with the AAA industry specifically down the road here when we talk about the price increases this week. I love this. I love this story. I love everything about this game. So I've said enough about that. And then we talked about Arc Raiders, very limited experience, about 2 hours last night with Steel. Arc Raiders.
Just about.
Listen, again, as a non-extra, I had a lot of fun with Helldivers 2. A lot. I played what we played. I think I put almost 60 hours in Helldivers.
Yeah, we put good time in there. Yeah.
I had a lot of fun. If other shit didn't come out, I would have continued to play Helldivers 2. That's how much fun we were having. We were grouping up. It didn't matter how many of us there were. We were having a blast. There's something special about Helldivers 2. We've said that from the beginning. It's still being played very well. They've recovered from all their trip ups, all their mess ups, Sony's mess up, like all of it. They've recovered. And that game is still being played because of the feeling that it gives you, the cinematic feel, like you are actually in a Starship Troopers movie or whatever you want to relate it to. Like, it feels like you, in any given moment, can wind up have you sweating and swearing your ass off, and then coming out on the other side just laughing your ass off, even if you wind up dying before extracting. Like, it is one of those rare games that kind of just nails it. So coming from that experience, Steel, as probably the best extraction shooter experience I've had outside of maybe like the Division, but I really didn't like. I enjoyed the Dark Zones, but I didn't enjoy the Dark Zones. There's a lot of bullshit in the Dark Zones. There's a lot of cheaters. It
was done better in D1 than
there's a lot of griefing. Yeah, there's a lot of there's just a lot of everything with Division. I enjoyed parts of it. I did go into the Dark Zones. I thought it was interesting for a while. So outside of those experiences, like my extraction, again, we played Rainbow Six Extraction,
and this is way different.
That was cool.
Than that.
It's way different. I'm just saying,
I've never played extraction shooters either, so like,
but Arc Raiders, coming from Embark, and again, for anybody who didn't hear me in the beginning, anybody who does not know who Embark is, listen, this studio's been together for quite a while. You can go all the way back and see when Phil went over to, are they in Sweden? I think they're Swedish. I'm pretty sure they're Swedish. They're over that somewhere. They're over there somewhere. I think they're Swedish, but I could be wrong. Somebody correct me if you guys remember. Maybe it's Iceland. God, man, I always forget.
I'm about to find out.
But anyways, there's an old tweet when Steel went over there and visited him. When Phil went over there and visited him when they first formed, and he was excited about Arc Raiders because that's what he had witnessed. Now, I'm assuming at that point too, he had also seen the finals coming around as well, which caught people by surprise because only for the most part people knew they were working on Arc Raiders as their first game. But this is a group of former Battlefield devs mostly. This is former DICE devs who went over there. And again, I'll explain it. These are the old DICE devs. Okay. These are the Bad Company, Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4 devs. These are the good years of Battlefield. And that's the talent that is at Embark. That's why I always had kind of faith in Embark. When I first heard about them and kind of found out who they were, I had a lot of faith. Finals came out. I'm not even that type of competitive shooter guy. You guys know that. Steel and I popped into that. I actually flipped them some money. It's free to play, but I flipped them some money. I flipped them like 20, 30. Maybe I flipped them $40 because I did that accidentally.
I think you did it twice.
I accidentally bought two at that one time. So I flipped them like $40 on the finals. Even though I didn't play for that long on the finals, I flipped them money because I was like, these are the teams that deserve this kind of support. Finals showed the polish. Finals showed what they could do from that Battlefield experience. And that's why Finals came out of nowhere and is still alive and kicking today and doing pretty damn well for itself. Like, it's not bad for a little known game that came out of nowhere. People still enjoy jumping into the finals.
Free.
So I had faith in Arc Raiders from the time I saw it. I love, first of all, you guys will know, there's also this retro kind of kick to video games going on, this retro advertising, marketing, look and feel to games going on. Arc Raiders was one of the first to show up. I love the Arc Raiders
Aesthetic?
symbols that they have and
Oh,
their
yeah.
aesthetic that they have and all that kind of stuff. I love it, bro. It brings me back to the Atari,
Immaculate.
Commodore days. It brings me back. That's why I like Marathon's aesthetic, right? We also did see it. Huh?
Though they need to do better with the customization.
Oh no, we're gonna get into that. But I'm just saying from a marketing standpoint, when I'm thinking of merchandise, I want an Arc Raiders t-shirt, right? I love the look of their branding, especially playing it now. Yeah. I love their branding. So, anyways, it's got that retro feel to it. So, Steel, I didn't know what to expect. Decado, again, shout out to Decado for getting us the friend code so that Steel and I could jump in there. Much love Decado. Steel surprised me yesterday. He's like, "Hey, Decado, hit me up if you want to jump in." Here you go. Said, "Oh shit, do I want to jump? Let's jump in." So I jumped in. Steel played more than me, but I jumped in with him last night. Got it downloaded and jumped in. Series X, Xbox version. Yep. Right out the gate. Listen, they do a little intro, kind of get you to the feel of the game that you have to run through.
I think it does well too.
Multiplayer.
I think
it does well. Talent immediately shines through. Is it perfect? No. This is a tech test. Okay, it's not supposed to be perfect, but the talent level and what they're going for here is front and center in your face. Like some games you don't know. Again, we've had a lot of games that have come out recently through the years where you just don't know what they're trying to go for. And it's kind of like a mixed bag. Don't get that at all from Arc Raiders. When you jump in, you know what they're getting. Like the intro, and there's this part to the intro where Steel and I were gabbing about other stuff because I was trying to get through the intro so we could get to playing. So I was going to run through the intro, whatever else, usual. All of a sudden, Steel's talking, and all of a sudden I'm like, the fuck is that? And then Steel's like, what? And I'm like, and I told him where I was, and I won't spoil for anybody because it's kind of a cool setup. And I'm like, yo, this just happened. And you just busted out laughing. You're like, oh yeah. That happens. And I'm like, holy shit. And that's the first time I said it. I started feeling like I was in the Terminator movies. And I'm talking about the actual, the real world when the Terminators first started, right? That's what that post-apocalyptic look, not when we go into the past and we come to modern day, but the post-apocalyptic look of Terminator and the feel with the drones, right? The drones overhead and the sounds and just kind of the world. That's what I'm getting from this game, like a lot. And it's super cool. It's set in more realism, as you can see from the video. It's got the muted colors, which some people aren't going to like. Personally, I think it fits completely. Again, that Fallout kind of look to it, that post-apocalyptic look where everything's kind of dreary. That's where you're kind of at with just, bursts of color here and there. But everything stands out, like the drones with their lasers, snipers with their lasers, turrets with their that all stands out in very stark contrast to the dreariness of the background a lot of times. And that's what they're going for. And when you see the drone scanning on the ground, it's got this big circle, like it shows up and you're like, oh shit, man. And then just playing through it as a third-person shooter. I do like my third-person shooters. Again, big Division fan, so obviously I love third-person shooters as much as Steel does. I will just play first-person. I don't have a problem playing first-person, but I do like third-person. Like Steel said, customization options we got to get better at. They're kind of going for the same thing as Helldivers 2 and some Division aspects of customization with outfits and that kind of stuff, which is fine, but you can't mix and match your outfits. Number one, that's a problem. You need to be able to mix and match your outfits. Number two, it's hit or miss on those outfits. Now, I find some of them cooler than I think Steel does, but they do need to do that. They need to work on they need to work on the character customization as well.
100%. They're all
the characters are ugly as shit.
The girls are all right.
There's like two girls.
There's not many choices. There's not many choices.
They got to work on that. Come on, Embark. Come on. Let's not do this. We don't need, just because we're in post-apocalypse, they don't have to be supermodels. They don't have to have all the makeup. They don't have to be some ridiculous thing.
Or you can just let me make my own character.
Halfway good, right? Can we get some 7s in there, some 8s in there? Does everybody have to be 5s or below? Like, really? Do we have to do that? Come on, man. Let's get some. You're a third person. We got to have some lookers. Like, again, don't need porn stars. Don't need strippers hanging out. Don't need all that. No, but
give me a reason to take my helmet off if I don't want to rock the helmet.
Don't need first descendant. Right. Like Steel said, don't need first descendant in every game, but let's give us something good looking. But gunplay feels really good, especially when you obviously understand this is a survival extraction shooter. So you're crafting, you're getting low level, low grade weapons. They're going to shoot like low grade, low level weapons until you build them up or until you find something better. But every gun felt unique. Every gun had a nice feel to it. The engagements
Heaviness,
with the AI
yeah.
were tense, like Helldivers 2. Tense, just without the whole mob aspect of
Yeah.
like 100 things running at you at one time. That's not it here. But the tenseness of having a drone show up, one of the wasps show up, and then it call out for help when it senses you. All of a sudden, the bigger drones, I forget what their names are, show up. You got problems. You got big problems, bro, because your guns. Okay, we're not talking about high level. You're not shooting laser guns here. You're shooting one-shot battle rifles. You're shooting, duct taped together SMGs, right? You're shooting together some bullshit. You're shooting at these high-tech drones. It feels like it's an issue. And it feels like you're under pressure.
Yeah.
And then anytime you're trying to break into like a pod and you're creating noise and then you go hot because the drones show up, like Steele was saying last night, after one of our engagements, he's like, yeah, we probably told everybody within, a 10-mile radius that we're here now. So we probably want to get moving.
We were active. We had to get hot, and we had to get hot, and it only escalated. It only escalated further.
What it felt like, and it was true. And I personally, I'll let Steele talk about his side of things, but I personally felt it was a good balance of PvE and PvP. I don't, like, again, extraction shooters bug me when it's always PvP and you always feel like you've got somebody around the next corner at all times that is about to take all your shit or down you. And this game, I don't know how many groups are allowed in each level. We were talking about that last night. I got to look that up. But the levels felt big enough where you were spread out enough where that wasn't the case. You still wound up at main choke points or main buildings where everybody's going to kind of naturally go to, where we started running into people. But we had a lot of time to free roam, deal with the AI drones without dealing with that PvP aspect as well, and having people drop in on you out of the blue and you getting, murdered right away, right? So I liked that feel. So I think there's a nice balance so far to that part of the game. And the PvP engagements are really well done. They do have proximity chat. That's been a big talking point about Marathon and how Bungie said, oh, but it gets too toxic. You can't have like all this bullshit, all this modern day bullshit. Oh, you can't have that. Oh, we'll figure out a way to implement it. They've got it in here. And it caught me off guard because Steele and I were just in our Xbox party chat. But the proximity chat started coming through when we engaged our first group. And I heard the guys, because somebody threw a shock grenade at them and shocked them and stunned them. And I threw my fire grenade and hit them. And there was a group of 3, and you could hear them go, oh, fuck, what was that? Oh, shit. Oh, man. It was just hilarious because I was like, oh, my God, his proximity chat's working, man. And you could hear him talking, we got closer outside because they had abandoned the area and gone outside to wait for us. And that's where they kind of jumped us. And you could hear them talking back and forth right on the other side of the wall and on the other side of the bushes. Loved it. And again, I'm not the biggest fan of PvP. I would play, obviously, Arc Raiders if it was all PvE. I love that. If it was set up like Division, I would play a game in that world that way for sure. But overall, great first experience for a technical test, like Steele was saying. I would not be surprised if they drop in an open beta. They should drop an open beta and just let everybody experience it, or at least start with a closed beta if you're worried about servers. But the hype, what I'm going to say is that you probably, if you're on social media, you've seen a lot of people talking about the game. A lot of people, and I'll let Steele talk about the comparisons with Marathon if he wants to, but a lot of people going back and forth because these 2 extraction shooters just kind of showed up at the same time and got kind of revealed. A lot of people and a lot of the streamers, a lot of the people that got early access to Arc Raiders have been talking really highly about this game. And now that we've all kind of jumped into it, like, I don't think this is a situation where it's just, paid actors capping for this game or getting overhyped for this game. I think Arc Raiders, they've got a chance here. Again, in a crowded field, in a very competitive field, they've got a chance. And Bark's got a real chance with this game. I think it captures some of what Helldivers 2 does with a gritty, real feel to it that adds a layer of tenseness to the situation. And I personally like the loot system. I personally like what you're picking up, and I like the extraction point and how they do the extraction.
Yeah.
I think they got something. I think they got something competitive that is going to draw a lot of people to it.
I hope so.
How long it lasts, Again, that's always the question. I like how they got their battle passes set up like Helldivers 2. I think they were smart to do it that way, where you have to
kind of go through it yourself. You have to purchase so much of every tier, and
before you move on to the next tier. But you get to pick which battle pass you want to go
like that.
through.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't
think it's the best, but it's okay. It's cool.
Yeah. No, but it's cool. So overall, great first impressions of Arc Raiders. And then final shout out here, and it's gonna be very fast here. I'll let Steel talk because I've been talking for a long time now. But a lot of great gaming this week, and you guys know that's what we're gonna talk about here first. We always talk gaming.
Always.
But real quick, I still have been playing Warriors Abyss. If you like roguelikes, if you like Destiny Warriors, just go pick this game up. Okay, it's $20 or whatever the hell it is. Just go pick it up and play it from time. It is so good. I've gotten to this point still because again, as roguelikes, I was talking about how a lot of people like were seemingly thinking that this game was easy or whatever else, and I'm like, maybe it's just because I haven't played for long enough, opened up enough stuff or whatever the case. Yep, got to that point now. So now I'm running through. I've got 75-80% of the achievements already. Now I'm running through with all the different characters, and I've got like a 95 completion percentage right now. And that's
nice.
But they did put that new mode in that's much harder. I have not tried that mode yet, but I have gotten over the hump of that roguelike, and now it's just building more and more my power up and just getting my characters up more levels and increasing everything. I love that game. That game is so freaking fun, man. It's just a cool, your completion runs are about 50 minutes to an hour, depending on what character you're using and how easy you fly through it. They're 50 minutes to an hour. Perfect setup game. Sit down. Perfect palate cleanser. Just a freaking blast, man. Warriors Abyss. Shout out to Warriors Abyss. So, loving that game still. But yeah, still. There's my week, man. A lot.
No, I mean, it's dope that a Warriors Abyss is still getting your attention like that. I keep looking at it because, I mean, it is super interesting. And again, I do like Dynasty Warriors. I haven't been into Dynasty Warriors as of recent years, at least 5 years or so. And I do like the way the new Dynasty Warriors or Origins looks as well. But yeah, that Abyss one, it definitely looks like one that you can kind of just jump in and out of and just have a good time with. And I think that's super dope. And I have a few of those. Again, I got... There's a few other games that I have in my library as well that are kind of those for me, but they're not getting attention right now because we're playing other stuff, man. We got a lot on the radar, a lot on the plate, and I'll just kind of work my way backwards. So, just continuing with the Arc Raiders conversation.
Yeah.
I definitely echo a lot of your sentiments, and yes, I do have more time. I probably got about 6 hours in it now, about at this point, since I ended up receiving the code. And there are some up and down feelings that I have about it, especially when you get on the opposite end of not having a good time, or when you're playing with randos, not everybody's communicating, and you can feel that you're at a major disadvantage, right? You know that you got to get out. Like, give you an example, perfect story. Now, I'll start with this first, though. What I do like about Arc Raiders, or just games that are able to create stories for you, and I think, and this is a sentiment that Pong always brings up about like Skyrim and games like Elder Scrolls and games of that ilk, what I've seen from New Vegas and stuff like that. But anyway, when a game is able to create stories, and especially multiplayer games like me and Pong, we've definitely talked about FunSpec Fan, we've definitely talked about like our experiences with Battlefield and how Battlefield, you as a team, it gives you a feeling noticing that you are making a difference on the field and the stories that come from that as you progress from point to point, and you spawn on a tank or you spawn in a helicopter, you jump out, you get on point, you cap a few dudes, you capture the point, you throw a grenade out the door, you catch that dude, you got a dude who just went down, Pong's like, oh, I need help, you defibrillate, get your ass, those moments and those stories are really integral as far as, I mean, I think it's just for gaming, period, and we don't get a lot of that, and I think that's making somewhat of a renaissance, right? People are paying more attention to that. But in multiplayer games especially, those are the things that carry it forward and are free advertising for everybody else that's out there. We saw that with Helldivers, right? You saw the wives jump on board. Everybody was, making the stand for Super Earth and everything. And when you're able to reach that wider audience through those mediums and giving people an experience that they otherwise wouldn't have had, I think is unique, because I see people constantly talk about, oh, well, we got all these extraction shooters coming out. You got Marathon, you got Arc Raiders, you got this, and it's like, But in reality, there's not many extraction shooters. Really, the only one that comes to the forefront is Tarkov. And from what I have seen of Tarkov, and I've seen people talk about, I wouldn't enjoy Tarkov because I don't like the idea of spending X amount of time on a map and then getting popped in the head one time, like, and that be the end. Like, sure, if this was Ghost Recon, but even in Grawl back in the day, it wasn't like that. Like, sure, you still had to be careful, you had to be attentive and everything, but that one tap shot shit, unless I'm playing Call of Duty hardcore mode, I don't fucking want to deal with that shit. Unless, again, unless I'm playing Ghost Recon, Breakpoint, one tap in the NPCs and stuff like that. But that's part of the experience, right? You're looking for that sim aspect. But I do know that people like that from that game. I appreciate the fact that games like Marathon, games like Arc Riders, we liked the Ubisoft Extraction, Rainbow Six Extraction. We thought it was decent. It didn't blow up or anything like that, but we thought it was a decent game. It's a more PvE focused game, but these more PvP focused experiences that are also including PvE and are able to give you the feeling that people talk about when they play a game like Tarkov, that feeling of loss, how people, that's the other thing that's super weird to me as well, because people talk about loss but actively play battle royales.
Right.
In a battle royale, you're literally spawning in every time with either a random gun or a random pistol. You got to get your loadout. Mind you can't get your loadout in extraction shooters. You can build up your loadout, go out. Yes, you're risking your loadout, right? And they also give you the option of doing a random loadout as well in Arc Raiders as an example, which I think helps ease some of that tension. I didn't see that from Marathon as an option, so maybe that would be a leg up for Arc Raiders or for Embark thinking of that. Because the other thing that's crazy about this whole Arc Raiders arc, pun intended, is the last thing we heard about this game is that they were having some issues with it internally. And then they've come out with a technical test, the technical test 2. I don't even remember the first technical test ever coming out. But anyway, they come out with technical test 2, and you start hearing all the positive talk around it, especially after we just got Marathon in the state that it's in. And Marathon is in an alpha. So if we were considering Arc Raiders being a technical test, I would consider that an alpha as well. You compare an alpha to alpha, it does seem, at least from what I've seen from both games, that Arc Raiders has more content, it has more of an idea, has more of a, as we like to kind of speak to, soul than even Marathon does, although Marathon has more of a soul than Concord does, right? Arc Raiders, it completely, you can tell that these people, whatever the issue was, they figured out and they have a direction. Now they just need input. Okay. And I think from here, they got the perfect grounds. Because again, I do think that they could release this game early in the open beta, closed beta, if they're worried about servers, and just build the game up over time. See, Jasper said, I played the first tech test like 2 years ago and it was so bad. Bro, yeah. If you're saying that compared to what it is now, how people are talking about it, this game has real fucking potential. That means in 6 months, even if they decide to release it this year, GTA's not a worry for people. There's this technical test too. They've made strides of improvements, and I'm not the extraction shooter dude either. And but those moments that you get in here, those tense moments, do really feel good, especially when you're moving through the team. It's bringing back the team element to gaming that we are missing. Most of the time people get on COD, nobody's trying to play COD as a team. Nobody plays fucking Battlefield as a team. That shit still bothers me. Nobody wants to play a medic. Nobody wants to play the engineer. Oh, but we got tanks rolling around. Oh, nobody wants to do air support. Oh, but we got all these we're completely dominated in the air. They're to the point we got helicopters flying through in Battlefield, just missing the point, and nobody swap it over to handle this. They do it in all these other games, and it seems like we're moving further away. Even in Warzone, there's people going for kills. You know what I mean? That's the focus has changed. In this game, sure, you could probably do a 1v2, a 1v3 with some decent gear, but you're not going solo thinking about you're not about to 1v3 anybody. Shit, you can barely 1v1 somebody else unless you get your shots on point, because that matters in this game as well.
Yeah, it does. It
seems like it has a good skill ceiling to it. The way that it introduces itself is also, I think, pretty solidly done. I do in some ways feel like there's a lack of explanation, but you also get an explanation as you progress, as you play rounds, right? Like I was explaining to Pong, there's just certain things as you work through the game, because he was asking what's valuable, what's not. It's like, it's hard to say because everything has a value to it. Like you could take it back and sell it, and you can use those credits because you have to do that to repair guns, right? Your guns lose durability. So it's something else that you got to consider. All right, well, what do I need to do with this stuff? There's just so many things that get take into consideration along with the team aspect, and then also getting to extraction, and then also having the fucking robo enemies that are around. They even got bigger robotic enemies like that are called bastions. They're like big ass spider fucking bots that are hyper aggressive. And there's no, like, you know how in like Division, like when enemies are starting to shoot at you, you can kind of roll out the way and do all these other things. Like you can kind of finesse it. In here, because the stamina system is so important, and I'm kind of in between how I feel about that. I'm always like super picky about stamina. I don't think stamina, you having infinite stamina, I don't think is a negative impact to the game, but I can understand how you can use a stamina system to create dynamic instances in a game. Because if I was just going through this area running around aimlessly, and I run up on a guy and I have no stamina, I'm probably going to get wrecked. It doesn't matter how good my guns are. It doesn't matter what I can do, because I have no options. I can't get out of there. So I like it. There's a skill tree that you can upgrade to kind of make it, to enhance it and make it better. Same thing like crouching. You can make a crouch movement even faster. You can more weight and all the different things. It has a lot going into it that I think is extremely interesting, man. And just having those options, like again, the most recent option that I had, I was playing with a group of dudes, randoms, and we got some decent gear. We were making our way out, and then it started with basic drones coming in. Well, one basic drones came in, they started shooting, they got caught, they started shooting at them. I downed it, boom, pull out my pistol, because they got this one fucking hand cannon like pistol. You shoot the fucking the engines on these robots, it's almost one taps them. Even the roly dudes, it'll one tap them too. But anyway, so I get them out of the sky. I'm running down because we're talking about going across the map so we can get more loot and then extract, because it's all in the same direction. Cool. I'm heading that way. All next thing I know, I hear this fucking, there's a particular noise that each robo makes too. Mm-hmm. And because I've played a few matches at this point, I'm kind of starting to get familiar. There's this rocket drone that fucking comes down. And it's a decent size too. So it drops down out of the fucking sky. And I saw it floating in the distance, and I marked it so they would know as they were coming down out of the building, but they ended up getting caught. Okay, so the dude who was closest to the building, he ran back in. It was locking down on him. I pulled out my pistol, boom, take out its engine. It instantly gets down. I'm like, fucking awesome. This is great. So now I'm like, oh, okay. So if I shoot these engines, it is more likely that maybe I could one-shot these robots, or maybe I noticed it with the ones that have the turrets on them. If you shoot their engine, if it has a lock on you, you can shoot one of their engines and it'll at least like push it out of the way kind of thing.
It'll lose lock.
Yeah, and it'll lose altitude and stuff like that.
You saw the video too earlier, Steele, with the one where after you had gotten down and me and Gore Puppy were trying to get out the door, and we got that one to come down and we shot it, remember, and it crashed into, it was still alive.
Yeah,
but because we hit the engines, it went sideways into the doorway and kind of got stuck there because it couldn't get itself up. That was cool. Yeah,
that was cool as fuck too. Yeah. But so I downed that one, and then the next thing you know, I don't know if that caused more to come or set an alarm off. There was like 3 turret drones and then another fucking sniper drone that came down. And as we were running, because I was like, all right, we got to get out of here, people started going down behind me. I was like, oh my God, here we go. I got a full loot box. I just got this gold blueprint to make a new magazine. I'm like, oh God, I want to get out of here with this stuff, man. I've been, I had some matches that were kind of bad. I really need to get out of here. So I go back. The dudes are crawling to me. I go pick them up. Boom, boom, boom. We get up. We start running again. Next thing you know, it has lock on me. Fuck me. So I start running. The fucking sniper bot, boom, Next thing you know, I'm like, oh shit, I'm fucking limping. I got hit, half health. I'm trying to heal up a little bit. Sniper robot from the top of a building. Them motherfuckers got range. I'm talking like Halo 2 Jackal sniper type of time. It locks onto me. Boom, I'm down. I'm like, oh my God, here we go. And it's hard to get the lock off of those turrets. Like once they have it, and they have a wide range to catch you as well.
Right.
I get behind cover. So, bro, we play this whole pick up and go scenario. I swear to God, I thought somebody was going to run up on us. Mind you, before that, we were cutting through these hills. There were people to the right of us coming up the fucking mountainside. I was like, oh my God, here we go. We get into the engagement with them. They down my homies again. I have to do a 2v1. I finesse the dude around the fucking trees, end up killing both of them, pick the homies back up. We're fucking still playing tag with this sniper bot on the fucking roof. It's downing us like each individually. We got to move into different places, get picked up, and we're like struggling to get to the fucking extraction. We end up making it there, and we had a fucking bastion there too. I got around the bastion. I pressed the button for the bunker. Got behind some of the fucking because there were some crates that were back there. I hid behind that, waited for the doors to open, bro. Soon as I came up, because the elevator came up, they got inside. The bastion was fucking looking for me. I don't know how it knew where I was at, or I'm telling you, the AI work that they've done in here as well is pretty damn good. Like I'm talking like Ghost Recon level, Splinter Cell level, but up another notch with like attention to detail type of thing. Bro, I run out. This fucking bastion starts hammering down shots on me. I'm like, bro, I have nothing to recover from this. Luckily, I'm able to get into the bunker. They're already pressing the buttons to get it fucking closed up and ready to go. Bro, the thing fucking starts walking around the corner to get a real good angle on me. And before you know it, the fucking door just starts slowly closing and starts shooting. I take a couple shots. I'm like, oh my God. And we end up getting out of there. That shit. But it's stuff like that that really enhances those experiences. And that is just literally because those are the type of clips people like to share nowadays. That's free advertising for your game. That's going to make people interested. Those are those water cooler conversations that people go to their job, go to or wherever else, or go to the function and be like, yo, did you play that game Arc Raiders? Man, we should jump in sometime, do a couple runs. Like again, Pong spoke to it. Pong is not the most multiplayer intensive PvP dude in the world. Pong was outliving me last night. I was getting clapped up.
Because of the cockroach.
You know what I'm saying? I was trying to do what I could. Ended up in bad situation.
I got down. You picked me up. I got down. You just happened to be there to pick me up. We just both went down when we got ambushed. But Puppy
we did.
got to me in time because that drone showed up. He was going to get to you, but then the drone showed up, and so he had to
that drone came out of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere, and so he had to take cover. But yeah, no. Steel, you were engaging. You were trying to grab those dudes that were waiting for us.
Yeah, I was trying to get them off of us.
And the other time you went and tried to go to the backside. Remember, you were trying to go to the backside.
Yeah, I was. They were ready, bro.
Yeah, they were ready.
That's how I know that the sound cues. That's how I know that sound cues work really well.
The sound in this game is amazing. The sound in this game is amazing.
It's
already.
solid.
Like again, the Battlefield X devs, they know the importance of sound. Again,
you can tell.
If you're a Battlefield vet, you know that Battlefield sound design is on another level. Okay, it just is. This takes cues from that for sure because it is spectacular. Like you can hear, I was using my cheap headphones last night and I could still pinpoint drones showing up where they were coming from, where they were scanning at. I could hear, again, with the proximity chat side to side, I could tell where people were. Like it is phenomenal. And just the atmospheric sounds as you're walking around, the combination of some nature, and obviously it's post-apocalyptic, so there's not a whole lot of nature, but there's birds and shit.
Yep.
Still, the combination of those with the mechanical sounds of the drones is just really spectacular. Or still didn't talk about this, but the way the drones enter, there's just drones flying around.
Oh yeah.
Obviously scanning, but you can, they've got these different rockets that drop in that are actual like supply crates, basically is what they are. They're supply rockets that drop in and you can go get them. Supply drops. Yeah. So you go, but you got to open them up. Well, they send off warning signals when you're opening them up. Well, the drones, if you kill the drones like that show up, they can drop in support drones like Halo drop pods, bro. Like they're dropping in like meteors and hitting the ground behind you. I likened it to Star Wars Empire Strikes Back when they're on Hoth and they're checking out and that drone drops in and it looks like a meteorite hits and it's actually a drone that pops out. That's what this sounds like and what it looks like when they drop in. I was like, this is some fucked up shit. This is some Terminator shit right here. But you could hear them coming in out of the sky, and it ratchets up the tension to another degree when they've got the sound like this, because you hear something and you're like, oh shit, that was close. Or, oh shit, it's scanning. Or, okay, it just flew overhead. Okay, we're clear. Like those moments only happen if the sound is on point. And in this game, it is. Like it is wild, man. This is a really well done game so far.
Yeah, 100%. So again, shout out to Decado for getting us in there. Matter of fact, while I am thinking about it, Decado did send in 10 bones after he's already been a killer in the field. He says, in my opinion, they make a good profit. They could add on the PvE only mode and take on Division. I mean, they could. I mean, again, at least give people an additional option. It'll give more people a reason to play. Right, those people who don't necessarily want to risk it, and maybe you could still add that risk it factor into that. You would just have to add in more bots and make there more things going on to add on that feel. I will say my only negative is I do want more PvP action in it. Now, don't get it twisted though, because they do have 3 maps available in the technical test, and there is a map that does feel more PvP oriented, where you drop in, you search for stuff, and you're probably going to find people pretty damn quickly. You know what I mean? So this seems like there's going to be some options there, depending on the map design. I just did a little quick research there. It looks like there's 15 to 18 teams in a match, apparently, and you can also join mid-raid. Really? That's the other thing too. So I don't know.
Interesting.
We'll say, I don't know. It is interesting. The maps are a decent size. The game feels really good though, man. I'm definitely impressed with it, man. So that was really dope. Shout out to Tim for being a member for 21 months. He says, hello, fellow splitters. Have a fun show. Appreciate you, Tim. And then Joe Dunmore came out with the one gift for a membership to the Living Split Screen. Welcome to all the fellow splitters. And then Highlander Grimm came through, the member for 15 months, saying, morning, gentlemen. Hey, morning to you,
choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Let's go.
So yeah, no, that shit's been really fucking fun. So that's been cool. The main thing that I have had my attention on so far has been Expedition 33 for sure. Now that's probably going to be kind of a left field out of for me, for sure. Somebody who has wrote off turn-based games, more so there's just not my style anymore. I don't have the negative connotation that some people do, saying that these just shouldn't exist. I don't get when people say that. It's like all games should exist. It's a game style. People like that, obviously. So why take it away? It doesn't mean that you can't evolve it or there can't be options like Expedition 33 kind of has done. And I thought that this was something that was so blatantly obvious. I thought Final Fantasy was going to go this route decades ago. And they never did. They continue to do what they have. They made it more action-based. I think even Expedition 33 does Final Fantasy better than 16 did, right? And again, I am still one of those ones who think 15 was better than 16, at least up front. Again, 10 hours to 10 hours, like, it's a league's better for game. But Expedition 33, from the beginning, impressed me. More so on a story front for sure, because again, that introduction to everything, some people say it's slow. I think that's weird. I think we discussed that a little bit last week, but getting the initial setup and understanding that this world has a heavy leaning on death and what that means and what the effects that has and what these people form of normal is so fucked up when you're sitting back thinking about what is happening. And then you get into that first scene before you get to the island where essentially people end up disappearing or whatever the case, and you are actually introduced to the gomage and what that means, it's extremely impactful. And then also understanding that this paintress, the situation that they have with this entity has been going on for at least 100 years, because they technically started off at 0, so I guess it would be 101, but nonetheless, they have sent 67 other expeditions up to this 33rd, and that is where you are at in this story. 67 other teams never came back, and they never understood why. And the only way that the people are going to live, because every year when the paintress paints a new number, you have 1 year to live and then you are gone. If the thought of that doesn't already like entice you, or like, oh, what do you mean? That's why they're making a movie. Because you can draw out that drama in those scenarios. At least it worked for me. And then especially when you get to the island, the additional tension that it brings, because it just completely comes out of left field. I know some people are saying that the story is predictable. I mean, again, maybe there's more people who are more well read up than I am, seen more movies than I have. I haven't necessarily felt like it was predictable. I think there's some things maybe you could have guessed, but I feel like I'm just continuously like just engaged and having a good time rolling through it. I am playing on the hardest difficulty, expert, and I have decided to put myself through the blender a bit, although I haven't felt like it was like too bad. What I mean by that is you have the option to, and this is something that Paul was speaking to earlier, is when it comes down to the combat, it has real-time combat in it as well, as far as when you're taking turns, when the enemy takes their turn, you can dodge or parry. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to tell you, I have literally parried fucking everything. I barely ever dodge. I think the only thing that I've dodged to is the one of the bigger monsters. It fucking eats one of your teammates. I was like, yo, why am I getting put at a disadvantage after the fucking third turn, where I have one of my teammates that I will not get back until I'm done fighting this fucking almost to the end of fighting this fucking boss, and they have a decent health bar. But anyway, when he did his little acid attacks, those are the ones I dodged, because I didn't think I could parry those. I just didn't give me that. I didn't feel that way, because usually when you have those globs of like any element, if you let it touch you, even if you parry it, it kind of gives you an effect. I've seen other people parrying it, so obviously I was just overthinking it. Nonetheless, I have parried every fucking thing else in this goddamn game. And my only problem with it is that there's not a quick retry when you get into these engagements. I don't know if that's because of how the game's set up. So essentially, if you lose, one, I do like the fact that when you get additional team, because you can only have 3 people on your team at a time, when you do lose those 3 people, you can bring in your next team. It's not a game over. You don't have to make it a game over. You can just bring in your next team and then they fight. Now, if they go down, yeah, you got to restart. You know what I'm saying? I do like that as well, because it gives people options. I think that makes it extremely friendly for people who are like, damn, my team got thrashed and I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck the dodge mechanics are. Or you got more characters. You got at least another team, couple characters, one character, whatever it may be, that are on standby. And you end up being able to have 3 and 3, at least so far, as you can kind of use. So that having that mechanic in there is super dope as well. But it's just been super fun for me to be more spec'd into the critical rate. I forget. That's luck. And there's one more. I think it has to do with it's agility, because it has an effect on how often that they give you a turn.
Correct.
Now,
Classic.
I like the way that functions as well. Needless to say, I have no points in vitality or defense, so I get one tap. By everything. I don't know either if expert makes that worse, because typically when you play on a higher difficulty, they always do the health thing where you do less damage and they do more damage and have more health. You guys have less health. I don't know if that has an effect on it as well. Completely oblivious, but that is the way that I've been playing from the very beginning. I probably got almost 30 hours in the game so far. I'm getting towards the end of Act 2, I think. And just having a fucking blast, man. It just feels really good to play. The art style is immaculate. When you start getting your team together and understanding what their dynamics are, because everybody plays completely differently from each other, but there are ways to stack different effects. Right. So if I do a fire enemy as an example, if I do a fire ability, right, because Mael or Marielle, how you say your name, she has this fire ability, right, where she can essentially set the enemy on fire. Then when you get back to her turn, if the enemy is still on fire, you can go into her virtuous stance, which is like the stance where she does 200% more damage. And then you have another ability where if you're in your virtuous stance, you do a 3 or 5 hit combo. And then if you stay in that stance, so you have 3 things already with this one character that kind of just build on top of each other to this ultimate point. So you're always getting back to, this is my rotation. Or then I mix in another move that makes the enemy defenseless. So now I do even more damage to them, right? I'm still at a point where my damage is capped out. So I don't know. I've seen other people's damage seem like they were unlocked. People doing millions of damage. I'm talking about like per hit. I've capped it out at 9,999. That's the highest that I've seen so far. Maybe it gets higher than that in Act 3. We'll see. But combining that and also combining with your other teammates, because again, Lune has an ability as well. There's an enemy that is on fire. It'll give her 2 ability points back, 2 to 4 ability points back or something like that. And she still does an attack with it as well. It's stuff like that. There's different flows, different things that you can mix together to make it really enticing. And again, I think those are traditional JRPG things. Right, from what I remember, right, when I was playing Final Fantasy back in the day, that's why I feel the way that I do about 16, because when you remove some of those, it removes the uniqueness of what made this special. That being able to combine elements together, being able to combine multiple gameplay elements together, especially within your team, and work up to whatever your strategy is so freaking enticing. Every time, it just makes you like, okay, what can I do differently? Oh, you got new moves. Oh, damn, and almost getting to the end of Act 2, and I'm still getting new moves. Now I've got a character also that I just unlocked that apparently every time that you defeat an enemy, he gets one of the feet from the enemy, and he now transforms into that enemy, and that's a move of his.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I was like, so now that's one of the main dudes on my team. So right now my main team is Marielle, Lune, and then can't fucking think of his name right now. But either way, Expedition 33 is leagues better than I could have even anticipated for a game. I didn't think it was going to have the interest that it has pulled in for me. Again, being of that ilk. But I do think that Sandfall did something really unique, really creative, and combined a lot of different elements from things. I don't know if it is because of the Souls-like aspect of it. I see people making those comparisons. People are saying that it's harder to parry in this game than it is on like a game like Sekiro. I don't know. I played Sekiro. I haven't beat Sekiro. I played about 10 hours of Sekiro or so. And I would say Sekiro is harder to parry in. Okay. From what I remember. I don't think it's like that.
I'm glad I didn't play Sekiro.
I don't think it's quite like that. I will say it can be very punishing. The one piece of advice that I can give to people, I understand that it can be very enticing to look at the moves and try to base everything off of that. But there are sound cues as well that do end up helping, right? So along with the visual, there's also the sound cue as well. And you can time parries off of that sound cue more so, right?
I'm not hearing any sound cues, bro.
It's all in the movement. It does, like if you actually when you listen to it and you hear what the enemy does, it makes this at the last second. There is a different noise that it makes as it's trying to hit you. Now that I've pointed it out, you may notice it. I'm not saying that it's still not hard to hit.
I will be listening for it for sure. But man, again, there is just no visual cues like whatsoever. Like
there's a visual on some of the enemies. There's this big ass ice monster. Not all of them. I agree with you, but there's this big ass
like
ice
colored
one.
tips and stuff on their spears and that kind of stuff. I've seen like
There's stuff like that. Little stuff.
But I'm thinking overall, there is no one consistent for me. And again, this is a me thing. Obviously, there's people out here like Steel who are playing on the hardest level, parrying the fuck out of everything. So again, it's a skill thing. I get it. It's get good. But for me, there is no one consistent marker that gives me that split second notice to parry. And it feels completely random with every enemy that I face. Like a completely random. Like I don't know why. Like I have no idea why. I have no idea why. I can get on a streak where I parry 3-4 times in a row and I feel like I've got it down. And the next time it does the same move, I miss every single one. Like it's just like crazy, man. It's like wild. I don't know. No, it's a skill thing. This is why I don't play Souls games.
Yeah, Remake Station says, if you need help, you should get good. Play more fighting games. Will get you better still. You know, Remake Station, I know you're not new here. But you do know that I play all my games on the hardest difficulty. So, and I didn't say that Sekiro was like, I had a bad time with Sekiro. I was just saying that the parry mechanics in Sekiro, I would say, are harder than what is in Expedition 33. I just saw people make the reverse statement. And I was like, I don't quite know, because there's just so much when you have live action combat. It's just that's different than when the only thing that you got to focus on right now is you parrying. In these other games, like you got to parry, you got to move, you got to there's dodging involved too. Not everything's the same. It's just there's you didn't Remake. You ain't got to say sorry. You didn't offend. I'm just telling you what it is. I was like, I'm probably one of the last people that you could say that to.
Right.
That's the only point that I'm making, because I know that you've been here previously. So for you to be like, oh well, you just get good at Sekiro. It's like, bro, have you not been listening?
Play more fighting games, Steel.
I'm literally playing Expedition 33 the way that everybody is complaining is an issue. Yeah, I've only ever parried in the fucking game 95% of the time. Now more so probably 98. And then I don't have any points in vitality or defense. So I'm literally getting one hit by everything. It's either I do it right or my team is down. I'm using Phoenix Downs to get people up in a turn. I'm wasting turns on picking people up. That's my experience. I have to sacrifice to get my person back up and parry better the next time. And 100%, Gene, it is 100% glass cannon. It is fucking outstanding, because I love the feeling. I love the tension that it brings. Oh, I have to parry this monster, because the thing about it, the parry mechanic is so essential to Pong's point, and I do think it in some ways it is a negative, because it does not inherently, and again, maybe it's just because of my experience, I've heard other people say you put points in vitality, it does give you more wiggle room. And again, I'm not playing on normal either, so I don't know how that correlates. But even if you didn't parry or only parried ever so often, in order to get a full counter off, you have to parry the entire combo.
Right.
And that parry could lead to high tier damage.
Right.
So it makes you feel like it's necessary. There was a boss that I fought where if I didn't get those counters off, I can tell it was going to take longer. And that boss wasn't one of those like, oh, I want to be sitting here and fighting this boss for an extended amount of time. This motherfucker might give me some fatigue. You know what I mean? So, and then the only other side thing that I'd put on there, I don't know how I feel about the parry button being on the right bumper. Feels weird. I don't know. It feels like it makes it less accurate. I don't know. I kind of wish it was a face button instead. But I don't know. You can't. I don't think you can't change the buttons. You can't change the layout.
You can't remap at all?
Not in game. I could probably back out and get back in.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gene says, get the roulette pick though, either deals 50% damage or 200% damage. See, that's additional. That's additional. Gene, what I am doing is one of the new people that I got, I have a move that literally eliminates 90% of my health to do like 100% to 200% more damage. And I use that move every time because it hits everybody. So and then that same character also has moves that if you're the more you're hurt, the more damage you do. So
Okay. Yeah, of course.
so you have that if I'm already playing like a glass cannon, then there's additional things that help me that help benefit my play style. And the fact that those options are there tells me that maybe that was something the developers were considering. Maybe not as extreme as I'm taking it, but it does show some good game design, and I think that's super dope.
Yeah.
Lydian says you don't have to play the game like Steel does. It's just one way to play it. Yeah, I mean, again, I do that, man. I can't help it. Nixie says get good comments are classic. Thanks for the thought-provoking comment. Again, people feel how they do.
Hey, Nixie, it's no different than what we're about to talk about at some point here. You know, everything goes up in price, so why are you all shocked?
I mean,
Everything
yeah.
goes up in price.
And that's what's crazy, Gene. Like Gene says, still loves the pain. It's like, no, I don't.
Yeah,
I just think that's
No, he does.
that's like my regular experience.
You do because you
I
get
don't know how to
satisfaction. You get satisfaction from it. So that is
It's fun,
right?
It's fun.
You're right. But not everybody.
Which is fair, but that's why I don't shit on people unless we start getting into multiplayer PvP and stuff like that. And people talking smack about shit that they don't fucking actually understand. Right. That's when I start getting activated. But we're talking about single player games or what? Well, don't play whatever difficulty that you want to play it on. Just don't come back and tell me the game was too easy and you played on easy or you played on normal. I'm like, bruh, that's
everybody just cheats. Everybody just cheats in multiplayer now. Still, every match I go up against, I got cheaters, man. Solid.
Every match, huh?
Every match.
Every single match.
Every single one, bro. Yeah, every single one, bro. All using cheats.
Hey, that's all people say. And again, apparently the whole Cronus thing is blowing back up on console again too. As people are fucking putting that back out there. People are still cheating on console because it's hard to detect it. They're people are going to the point where they're hooking it up through their computer and using OBS to be their main screen.
See that part,
so the console can't detect it.
Again, now you're just creating an easy mode for multiplayer for yourself. You're not actually skillful. Like that to me, like
I think that's just pointless. You just play a different game.
It's like the streamer got caught cheating at chess.
Oh yeah, Dr. Lupo.
Yeah.
I think that's pathetic. I just don't.
It's why? Like, at what point do you not understand that you are addicted to? Like, you're so wrapped up in your ego that
you got to think you got to win all the time.
To think that you're going to be good at everything.
Yeah,
like that's
I never get that.
I'll never get weird, man. It's so foreign to me. Anyway,
yeah, it's so weird. Like, yeah, and these are people that are, again, you're talking about people that are considered pro gamers. You know what I mean? And they're cheating, but again, there's a lot of that happens, and people still support it, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of money involved.
And then the people aren't even genuinely sorry. No, it sounds like the most PR shit you ever heard in your life.
I can't imagine cheating as chess. Like, what the? Bro, what? Why? Somebody, did you claim you were like a chess expert? Like you were like one of the best players in the world? Like that's not hard to find out if you are. Like
if you're just not good at chess, you're not good at chess. It's all good.
Yeah, bro. It's like a weird, right? That's what I'm saying. It's not like, was he telling everybody he was a chess expert or something? Like, why would you cheat at chess? Like, of all things. Anyway.
Yeah. Gene says, I love my Souls games, but I won't hesitate to crank it down to easy if need be in other games. For me, it just depends. I rarely find myself in a situation to where the story is so gripping that I need to turn down the difficulty to progress through the game. A lot of the times that would be something that turns me off of it because it turns into a game design element at that point. And because I have played quite a few games over my time, because I do prefer to play games on a higher difficulty, and I don't mind saying that, hey, if I don't feel challenged in the game that I play, I kind of cares in fucking real life too. But if I don't feel challenged in that stuff, then I lose interest. I don't find the point.
Right.
That's kind of what Call of Duty multiplayer has done. And I'm not saying that like I'm the GOAT god at fucking Call of Duty multiplayer, but if I play COD multiplayer for And mind you, most of the time it's not ranked, but even when ranked is out, I'm the dude who's playing ranked Warzone. I was actually debating that because they just dropped ranked Warzone here recently again for season 3, which I always think is so fucking funny. But if I'm at the towards the top of the leaderboards all the time, it does make me feel away, and that's where I will say that's kind of like how gaming has evolved, has affected me negatively, is in that. Because I used to just be happy with just getting bodies. But if I don't have that pushback, it just feels like it wasn't for what am I doing it for? Because it's not like everybody's in game chat and we're talking smack to each other. We're having good times. And because that's the other thing that amps it up. No, everybody's in a party now. Everybody's talking to their buddies now. Everybody's kind of doing their own thing. So it turns into a different experience. It eliminates some things. But again, that also ties into like why I get so passionate about multiplayer games and, people saying that, they're tired of multiplayer games, these free to play games and all this other stuff. And it's like, no, we just haven't had one good standouts. That's it. If it's not for you, then great. But I don't need single player gamers talking about multiplayer games. I just don't. Gene also said, my opinion, Lords of the Fallen is an embarrassment to Souls games. Me and my brother are having a good time with it right now. After all the updates, again, the last time we played it was December of 2023. It's 2025, and the game is just now being what it needed to be on launch. That's not okay.
I mean, no, it's not.
It's cool that they fixed it.
But a lot of people would abandon it, right? Devs would have abandoned that game, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So it is a fact that they did fix it. But yeah, you're right. Exactly. It is ridiculous that it's taken them that long to get it to a point where you and your brother are actually honestly having a decent time with it. So that is it's definitely way better. It's way better now. It's way leagues better. We're having a fucking good time with it now. I can actually parry. There's not frame drops all the time. It was happening. That was happening on console and PC. It didn't matter what I played it at. It was bad because again, it's what I will always go to this. Is one thing if the game is already challenging. It's another thing if the performance is making it challenging. That's just a complete turnoff. It can make you look at it weird. So yeah, man. So shout out to Lords of the Fallen. I do have that in rotation as well. When me and my brother are getting on it off and on, and we're progressing through that. So that's been really, really cool to have some fun times with. But yeah, man, I think that's been pretty much it. Expedition 33. Now Arc Raiders, and then what else? What else was there? I feel like there was something. Oh, Skyrim. Well, not really Skyrim, but anyways, yeah.
I mean, it's Skyrim. Man, Skyrim mods are still Skyrim. Skyrim 10 years later is not going to be the same Skyrim, But no, Skyrim Novus. Essentially the extreme modded version of Skyrim. I ended up getting everything set up to how I would like it. Right. Got all the mods in there and things that I wanted to put in. Movement, being able to climb, traverse, mantle, stuff like that. Of course, it's not like fluid like Assassin's Creed, but it's still pretty damn good for the type of game that it is. I haven't played much of it because I was possibly thinking about doing a full playthrough of it. I do want to actually play through Skyrim and have that be the open world game, especially after what I've experienced with Oblivion. Right. And I do want to say shout out to Oblivion for giving me that feeling of wanting to, hey, I want to experience a world like this, but I do, want my choices to matter. I want, the people that I travel with, the NPCs that I meet. I already had the engagement with that early on, where I ended up dismissing a follower because she just kept saying dumb shit. She kept like, we would kill somebody, we would kill some enemies, and then she would be like, I don't know if I like that. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? They just jumped out of the fucking wall and tried to attack us. They're skeletons. What do you mean? And that might be just that might be from somebody's mod or NPC that they put in, but I dismissed her ass. She got up out of there. I said, nah, I don't need you. I'll go solo. I'm good. Because she kept saying it. Like, not like back to back, but it was like every other time we fight enemies, she'd be like, I don't know about that. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You don't know about that. We didn't even do anything. We're fighting bad people. But I don't know. So it was, that was weird. Interesting interaction. But other than that, I mean, being able to execute the enemies, the combat style that you're able to get implemented with mods and stuff, Novus. It's just a fucking good looking game. Now, with all the graphic mods and everything, it definitely has the game struggling on the frame rate a little bit, but I ended up getting that resolved too as of late with some DLSS and stuff. So it's smoothed itself out, man. It smoothed itself out. So definitely want to jump into there. I've been debating whether I was going to do like some streams of that and whatnot. Again, I think that'd just be interesting for kind of my first foray going through Skyrim and what that experience kind of entails, especially for a fantasy game. And I think I actually want to blame Oblivion and Avowed for this. That the fact that I'm jumping back into Skyrim. Because it's like I played both of those and I was like, damn, kind of like playing what I got out of Skyrim more. So made some adjustments and went back to it. So it's going to be a good time. So that is on the horizon after I go through Expedition 33, depending on maybe Mecha Break comes out or something else enjoyable ends up dropping. That I was really looking forward to. That's going to be the one I go to. And I got Assassin's Creed set to the side right now, man. I enjoyed my time with it. Unsubscribed from Ubisoft Plus right now. They keep your save, so I'm not worried about that. But there's more content coming out for the game. And I would rather play the game with more content. Because that's another one where it's just like, I was really loving my time with that. And they just came out this week and said one of the first updates they're doing is to the movement mechanics, to the parkour. Back ejects, they're making it feel like Assassin's Creed. What was that? I think you talk about it all the time. Was that Unity? No. Was that Unity? No, I don't think it was Unity. Syndicate. They're supposedly going to make it feel more like that, where you can do back ejects, where it feels more natural, right? We're able to kind of turn around, jump off of stuff and whatnot. You didn't have to like climb up and then jump off. So they're making changes to it. So we'll see, and it seems to be having some form of success. So there's that as well. But yeah, man. So shout out to that this week. That's pretty much all that I've been into. Pong, if you want to shout out the chat, because we got a lot of beautiful people in here, man.
We got a lot of beautiful people, and they've already been hanging out for what? Over an hour and a half already, bro. An hour and a half, nearly 2 hours already. Steel and I,
really?
We're just getting started. Yeah. Steel. It's 11 o'clock already, brother.
Oh, damn.
No, man, we are ripping. Again, this
couple topics today, just a couple.
Well, it's gaming.
I didn't even know it was that deep. That was crazy.
Yeah. It's gaming, man. So appreciate y'all being here again. Thank you. Nothing but love and respect. You guys know this, the drill by now, but I mean it every single week that I say this, for the simple fact that, again, without you guys, there's just no show. It's just me and Steel, what we were doing last night, playing games and hanging out in the DMs or hanging out in the party chat, chatting it up. That's all we're doing, man. So love to have you all here. Love the discussions already going on. Again, everybody's engaged already. A lot of great gaming going on. A lot of great gaming to come for sure, to pause. But we have so much happening right now. It's great to see you all here, man, on a Saturday with me and Steel. So let's get this chat shout out. We got Roadkill 8018. Thank you for dropping on through. Love to see you popping in the chat. We got the Nam Omar, of course, in here joining the show. Thanks, Nam, for being here. We got El Nini. What's going on, El Nini? Says, let me get a shout out. Of course, you're going to get a shout out, El Nini. Thanks for dropping through. Scott, what's going on, Fahim? Great to see you, brother, as always. Who else? We got the Decado. Again, appreciate the Decado for everything, getting us
Decado. Much love
to Arc Raiders, so Steel and I could
super
enjoy
clutch,
that.
Bro.
We're gonna be playing a little bit more this weekend too. I think we're gonna find some time here. Yeah. So, but thank you, Decado. Appreciate you, brother, as always. We got the one and only Rescue Squad Cope dropping on in here. What's going on, Rescue Squad? Thank you for joining the show. We got Tim the Sorcerer. What's going on, Tim? Love having you here, brother. Thank you. We got Black Card Day. What's going on, Black Card Day? Great to see you jumping in here as well, sir. We got the M Gene. What's going on, M Gene? I saw M Gene in amazement, as I always am, Steel, that you play on the hardest difficulties. So
yeah, I can't.
Especially Expedition 33. No. I'm a normal guy too, M Gene. I'm a normal guy too. Appreciate you being here, M Gene, for sure. Who else we got here? We got that Ghost Wolf 3599. What's going on, Ghost Wolf? He says Lords of the Fallen is fire. Ghost Wolf,
glad you're enjoying it, man.
Too. Yeah. That's good stuff right there. Who else we got in here? We got the one and only Ron Slusher. What's going on, Ron? He says Devil May Cry 5 is an amazing game.
Yes, it is.
Series is
Yes,
great.
it is.
Even number 2, which I suddenly found out that everybody hated because it is cheesable, but I still like 2. I don't know.
I did
Anyways,
too.
I like the whole series. But yeah, Ron, Devil May Cry 5 is dope as hell. Delroy, what's going on, Delroy? Great to have you a part of the show, sir. Thank you for being in here and dropping by, sir. Joe Dunmore dropping on in. Joe, love to see you in here. He says, I suck at video games, so I play it normal. Hey,
Yeah,
Joe,
there you go. That's fine.
Hey, we were all good, brother. We're all good, man. Ain't got time to be playing on no hard difficulties. Let's get that normal. Let's get godlike, man. So I try to tell Steve, I like feeling like a god in my games. But anyways, appreciate you being in here, Joe. The one and only, of course, Nixie. What's going on, Nixie? Great to see you. He says they're even cheating on online chess now. Nasty work. LOL. That caught me completely off guard. And to see his apology, I was like, what are we doing, folks? Cheating at chess? Really? Anyways, Nixie, always great to have you in here, man. Stirring shit up in the chat. We got the Lydian Master. What's going on, Lydian? Great to see you, brother. Thank you for being a part of the show. Of course, the one and only Remake Station 5 is in here. What's going on, Remake? Thank you for being a part of the show today, sir. Love having you in the chat. Who else we got in here? Rolling up, scrolling. The one and only, the legendary Yobi. Of course, he's a legend. One of the most positive people I have ever met anywhere. Legendary Yobi. Appreciate you being in here, brother. Thank you so much. Yobi. Says, got it. Thanks. I'll be ordering myself an LSS starter pack soon.
Oh,
sounds great.
Okay.
Yobi. Sounds great.
Yeah, man. Jump into that link. I'll drop it again in chat if you guys are interested. It is through Fourth Wall. Yeah, that's where this beanie is from. If you guys see it. Also been wearing the Live Split Screen hat. And again, I got it down to as affordable as possible. So we're only making barely of anything off of them because I wanted to be as aggressive as possible and want you guys to enjoy the stuff that you get because I want the product to be better because again I think the shirts are decent. I think they could be better quality, so that's stuff that we can work on. We got a starter ground, and if you like what you're seeing there, definitely check it out. I dropped my new logo there as well with a new design or avatar or whatever that I have on there as well for shirts. So yeah, if you're interested in that, definitely check it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the beanie and the hat turned out the best, but
it's really cool. Again, all the work Seal did in background. Appreciate you, brother, for doing that. And obviously, if anybody wants to rock the LSS stuff, link's going to be in the chat for all of you. And anybody jumping in here late, wondering what is playing in the background, or if you're watching this in the future, this is Arc Raiders. So this is the tech test. Steel has played more than I have, but I did jump in with Steel, so we got a mix of gameplay. Some of my play with him last night, but otherwise it's been Steel with some randos here. But if anybody's wondering what it is Arc Raiders, and it is looking pretty damn good. And this is from the Series X version as well. So just to give you guys an idea about that. Who else we got in here? We got the one and only JB1521. What's going on, JB1521? Great to see you dropping in here, sir. Thank you. The one and only Wilfrey Rosario. I can't remember if I said you Wilfrey, but if you did, you get a double. Thank you. He says Expedition 33 is so fire. It deserves its praise, man. It deserves its praise, man. Froggy T. Ride, what's going on? He said, happy birthday, Joe. And why he said happy birthday, Joe, is because Joe, a member for 19 months, dropped a chat, said, it's my birthday, so I had to send a gift. Level 52.
Hey,
rise up level 50s. I'm about to join you at the end of the month, Joe Dunmore. I will be hitting level 50, leaving the 40s behind.
Much love.
Appreciate you, man. All love, brother. Us old guys are out here representing, man. Gen X is definitely in the building. Yeah, go ahead.
Because who was it? Fahim was asking me. Fahim says, answer me, Steel Rain. Isn't vitality what keeps you alive? Why are you not upgrading it? In Expedition 33, Fahim?
Yeah.
Because if it was a Souls game, I would put some points. But even those games, I tend to vitality is usually one of the last things that I put points into. If you give me the availability to be able to, what's a good way to put it? Get good at the game, I guess. like how I feel about the parry mechanics. I don't feel it is a negative for me to lose a teammate and have to revive the teammate or sacrifice a turn to get my teammate back up for the sake of, oh, I just need, because my mentality is, if I die, you know what I say? If an enemy one hits me, I don't say, oh, I need more health. Now, there's been some moments where I was fighting like tougher enemies, but the one thing that first pops up is, oh, I didn't parry that right. Oh, I didn't wait. Oh, okay, I see what the pattern is. Oh, okay, I need to have a little bit more patience. Oh, I need to listen a little bit more. I need to make sure that I'm on point. That's my approach. So, hey, again, it's very glass cannon-ish. It's just, that's what Expedition 33 made me feel. And it's dope that it allows me to go that way. So. And again, it might be helping me. I may be able to fight enemies that I wouldn't otherwise be able to fight because of how I'm speccing into it. And I don't mind fighting an enemy. Like there was this ice enemy that I was fighting yesterday that I essentially have to be perfect fighting this dude, or I can essentially spend 15, 20 minutes for nothing. You know what I mean? But I can defeat him. And I like the feeling of that. Starting knowing that, hey, I'm doing enough damage for there to be an actual impact. It's just how I look at it.
I think, again, it's a credit to Expedition 33 for even allowing a build like that to happen. There's a lot of JRPGs that would never allow you to build that way. Like it just,
you would have to get more health because you don't have a choice.
Right. You don't have a choice. And again, that's why I give all the credit in the world, whether I play their games or not, to From Software, because they allow Dark Souls players to break their games. And I think that is something that is lost art, and it is a skill for the developers to implement stuff that, sure, they want to have you within certain boundaries, but at the same time, if you figure out a way to go ahead and break it and break through, and you come up with a build that shouldn't work, but it works because you're a parry master, go for it. Make it happen, right? Just have fun with it. I think it's awesome when they allow you to do that, because a lot of devs want to have complete control over your experience. And I don't think that always, it can make for a really good experience, but I don't think it always makes the best one, especially like in RPGs, where you're kind of making your own design and kind of doing your own thing and customizing your play style. I think it's better to give people as much freedom as possible. That's why I'm not a meta build guy. Like, I want people to be able to make all different kinds of builds and be viable within a game, because I want them to play how they want to play. I think that's really important. So I love it that Steel's doing it this way. Glass cannon completely 1000%. I love it.
Yeah. And it's not like I'm complaining about the difficult about it, because that would just be weird at this point.
If you're gonna and if you're gonna do that, you take your lumps. If you're gonna roll that way, you take your lumps. You put yourself at a disadvantage if you're not good enough to do what you need to do, which in this case is parry. If you're not good enough, well then shit, you're not gonna be able to stick with that build. You're gonna be done. Like Steel said, he's gonna get shot all the damn time. So it is what it is. Let's see who else we got in here. We got the Sly Crow. What's going on, Sly Crow? Great to see you in here, brother. Always love to see you posting all your gameplay too on X, brother. I always try to like and retweet your stuff, man, when I can, as I do with anybody who's posting their game stuff, man. Anytime I come across it, love to see it. Who else we got in here? We got a name we haven't seen in a while, Steel. Great to have him join the chat. Don't know if he's still in here, but Tubabu Kubi. What's going on, Tubabu? Great to have you dropping on by, brother. I know it's been a minute, and I hope all things are well, and appreciate you stopping through and saying hi, man. Who else we got in here? We got the Talos. Ray, of course, dropped in here. Talos, thank you for being here, brother.
What up, Talos?
Who else we got in here? I'm trying to see if we've got anybody else. I think, let me see. For some reason,
Shane
highlighted
G.
all my chat. Yeah, go ahead.
Shane G says Towerborn is great. I found my podcast comfort game. Don't hate me. I spent $50 at the Towerborn store. Really chill game. You talking about $50 like in real life current? They got what do they have in the store for that? Cosmetics and stuff. Yeah, tons of cosmetics. Oh, okay. No hate. If you like it, if you saw stuff in there that was cool, then great. It's a free to play game.
Over $100 on first to send it.
It's a free to play game.
Yeah, free to play game. I didn't talk about Towerborn. I did try Towerborn on Tuesday night too. Good game. Didn't draw me. There's a lot of cool stuff to it.
The more that I see from it, I'm not interested.
The hand drawn art is freaking amazing, which is
it looks cool. Interesting.
Stoic, who did that game, that's what they're known for. The hand-drawn animations look like you're playing a cartoon at times, which I absolutely love.
Is it like Castle Crashers? Like people were kind of hinting at?
Yes, it is like Castle Crashers. Yes, it is like Castle. I guess that's a good way to put it. More RPG mechanics than Castle Crashers. Obviously. Okay, a lot more to it. A lot more to it because there's skills. You got different classes. There is armor. There's lots of loot, tons of loot. There's crafting. There's all that kind of stuff. It's got a hub.
Yeah,
world.
it's a side scroller beat 'em up, Delroy.
Yeah, it's a side scroller beat 'em up.
Like Castle Crashers. It's very similar to that. I haven't played Castle Crashers either, but that's what I saw a lot of people kind of referencing. That's what I saw before.
It's set up as an MMO, right? So you're playing with you can play with other players instantaneously. You got the hub world where you walk into and all that good stuff. So, like I said, good game, something I would put a lot of time into. Like I see PTK Blam is absolutely loving it. Good shout out to Shane for saying that he's loving it. Shout out to Shane for, obviously loving the game enough to support the developers, man. No hate. Again, I gave the first to send the developers $100.
When you give people the option to choose how they invest, then that's, if the game is good and you are enjoying it, dog,
that's why I like the free to play experience. That's why I've always said I like the
if you do it right. That's all that it's about. You have to do, because I don't like when people downplay free to play games and then don't have a valid reason other than, this live service slop and the amount of money that you're spending in the game. It's completely optional, bro. You don't have to spend anything. You're essentially getting an entire game for free. Like First Ascendant, it was, me and Pong have mentioned that it was easy to do in there because you saw the quality of the development talent that went into creating the game. It was a cool and interesting game. Now, did it have the legs that it needed for a lot of people? And it had lots of legs. Did it have the legs for people? Maybe not for everybody, but they were making adjustments on the fly as well. And apparently, there's a lot of legs in there, but. And apparently it has gotten way better over time. So
but we were having a great time with it.
Yes. Now, Delroy, I do agree with that. The paid stuff sucks in a game that you paid for. That's when it sucks. And when there's nothing, I dislike the fact $40, $60, $80, it doesn't matter what the price is. If you are spending top dollar for a game, you need to give me in-game things that I can earn. Point blank, period. And there has to be a good bit of customization available in-game. Everything else, there's no reason why the stuff that you're wanting additional ducats for is better looking than the stuff that you have in the game. Now, again, if your game's been out for some time and you end up getting better cosmetic, that's different. You know what I mean? You've been out for a year, 2 years, however long, you want to come up with more creative stuff. That's cool. That's why it doesn't really bother me in Call of Duty, because Call of Duty has been past the line where it doesn't need to be, it's not Battlefield. It doesn't need to be serious. You can put whatever character that you like. They got Cheech and Chong in there now. They got, I cannot fucking think of their fucking name right now. It's right there, bro. Not Dumb and Dumber. The Clerks. They got the Clerks in there. They got Seth Rogen in there now. They got a bunch of dumb fucking kill animations and shit now. I see some people bothered by that, but at the end of the day, it's an option. You can run around with a basic ass Marine looking dude if you want to, and that's gonna be your experience.
We've been long past that point with Call of Duty. The only thing I will agree with what people say is
J.S. Silent Bob. There you go. The Clerks.
Yeah, exactly. Chain Silent Bob. The only thing I will agree with when people talk about it is give us a filter option that turns.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that. They do that in other games. They do that,
right? And it would awesome. It would, for all the people who hate that stuff, it would bring it back. Like just do that. I don't see why that's such a big deal, because the people that buy that stuff still get to see it. So that's what it's about, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I think you should give everybody the option to turn that stuff off if they don't want it in their game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. If it's over the top, especially in a game like Call of Duty that's like accessed by a lot of people, turn it off. Yeah, I think that's cool. I think that'd be a good option. Again, I'm not a game designer. I don't know what it would take to do all that. Maybe it's not, but hey, to each their own. But I just, when it's a good game, free to play games rely on the game actually being good more than anything else. And that is something that, again, we have had an issue with over the years, where you buy a full price game and it's not a full game, or it doesn't have all the content, or it needs patches, or it needs bugs, where you're a little bit more forgiving on certain things because of it being free to play. And if you're having a good time, to Palm's point, you get a skin, you get this, you get that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it costs whatever, it can just be $10. Because again, a lot of battle passes also implement now to where you can kind of earn the next battle pass through leveling up that battle pass.
Right.
So you never have to pay for another battle pass. $10 one time to never have to pay for one again. Now, some companies are getting kind of getting away from that, but neither here or there. Neither here or there.
Yep. Well, Kingfish737, I see you dropping in here. Thank you for being a part of the show. Highlander Grim 0351. What's going on, Highlander Grim? Great to see you. The brother from another lore, Master Jasper, checking in from Space Camp, was in here. What's going on, Lore? Great to see you, brother.
Service, brother.
As always. Let me see if I missed anybody else at the bottom. I think Jago6. What's going on? He says Expedition 33 is a great game too. Yes, it is.
Yes,
He says I might get Arc Raiders later on. Yeah, we'll see when it drops. It might get into Arc Raiders later on. Yeah. Again, we'll see when they drop it, man.
No date yet, so we'll see.
No date, and they are getting a lot of praise for this tech test. That kind of gives developers a little bit of a confidence boost to try to maybe bump it up a little bit, man.
Yeah.
Jesse James, what's going on? Jesse James says, have you guys seen the new Mind's Eye gameplay? Yes, I have.
It's okay.
That right. But for me, that falls
more.
into the AA space that I love. That falls into, I'm not expecting it to compete.
They're just all driving, so.
Yeah, right. And I don't care. I love driving of all aspects. I've driven since they first started implementing driving in video games, which was shit, all the way to now. So if the driving is half-ass, if it's too soft or whatever, don't care. I will deal with it. I will roll with it. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Mind's Eye. So I will keep my eye on it. I love AA gaming. I love that in between where it's like, if you squint, sometimes it looks like maybe they're approaching AAA, but then you see that jank and you see the animations or something like that, or you see the gunplay and you're like, oh no, that's a good old AA right there. I'm all about those games, man. So yeah, I got my eye on Mind's Eye for sure. For sure. Good shout out, Jago, by the way. No, Jesse James. Sorry.
Dakota just reminded me that good old Stellar Blade comes out next month.
Yeah, Stellar Blade PC's coming.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna need an extra hard drive for photo mode.
Yes.
It's a problem. It's a problem, folks. My photo addiction is already a problem in video games, as you guys know. My OneDrive is ridiculous right now because Xbox now uploads obviously everything to OneDrive and always has, but my internal on my PC is now ridiculous too with all the games I've got. I mean, Dragon's Dogma, the section of Dragon's Dogma picks that I have. So yes, so when Stellar Blade comes out,
amazing game,
I'm gonna have a problem. But yeah, I can't wait to play Stellar Blade because they do have an easy mode for that. I will play that game in easy mode if I need to. We're gonna try it in normal first, but can't wait to play it. So that game has just gotten better and better. They put a lot of work into that game. I can't wait for all the DLC. Nier Automata. We're gonna have 2B in there. Steel.
Yeah. So, I won't use that one, but I definitely.
I'll use 2B. See, did I get everybody else in here? Let's see here. Shane G, by the way, I already shouted you out kind of because we were talking about your comment, but Shane G, appreciate you dropping in here, sir, and saying hi, man, for sure. I think I've got everybody now. Yes, sir. I've got everybody. Oh, Legendary Yobi. Did you get this $10 from Legendary yet? Legendary Yobi with the 10 bomb. That's right. The one and only Yobi dropping that 10 bomb on a Saturday morning. Choo-choo, motherfucker, says hashtag peace, love, life. Always remember, when you are hordivores, you are hordivores for life. This is the takeover. LSS is the giant hordivores is the lifestyle. P.S. Let's get naked. Let's go. Let's go, Yobi. Let's go. It's a little early for nakedness, but, you get steel after midnight. It's a problem. It's a problem in the chat.
Yeah. After midnight when I actually know how to say hors d'oeuvres. It's all good.
Yeah.
In case those are unfamiliar.
Man. Still a great moment.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, we're already a couple hours knee deep in the conversation. Just talking about the games we've been playing, man. And I think that's always something special. You come to a gaming podcast, you get gaming news, you get gaming conversation mainly, along with that personal touch that we bring here on Live a Split Screen on a week-to-week basis. And I don't think many other places are providing that, man. We talk about games more than we talk about a lot of the news that's happening more a majority of the time. And we probably won't make this one too long of a show today, but we'll see what ends up happening. We shall see. But I do think it's the perfect time to jump into a topic we were kind of got a little heat into in the beginning, between me and Pong. You know, a little differing sides along the same metric though, for sure. But it's the whole conversation about Xbox raising prices of the consoles, controllers, and games to hit $80 this year as well. Let me get into this show stuff screen. Let me see if we can get it to pop up here. I'm glad that when I changed over, everything looks good. So that's always a good sign. Always a good sign. Right. Yeah, you're good. Go ahead. All right. Boom. Stretch that out a little bit. So that's looking good. All right, so this is coming from trueachievements.com. This is going to set the stage for our conversation and chat. Input your thoughts on how you're feeling about this stuff as well. But it goes into saying, this article, we'll start off with, the article is done by Sean Carey from True Achievements. Microsoft has announced that it is raising the prices of Xbox consoles, controllers, headsets, and games globally. New Xbox games will cost $80. Now, I'll get into it in a second. Anyway, it's not looking good for Xbox fans as Microsoft has confirmed a huge global Xbox price increase across all devices. Xbox games will cost $80 starting this year. As of May 1st, Microsoft has increased the prices of Xbox consoles and accessories. Some first-party Xbox games will also cost $80 starting this holiday season, and Xbox Game Pass subscriptions will not see a price increase. Now, they've already increased that price. Previously it was $17.99 before. It's at now $19.99. So we've already got that increase from last year. So you're seeing the things continue to make the move upward, unfortunately. Now, I see people kind of blaming Nintendo for this. I saw some conversations. Shout out to Boom. They were having a little bit of conversation on their end, discussing this. I don't think it's Nintendo's fault at all that it went there, that this is the way that things have gone. Just because Nintendo charges a certain price for their games, which I think they're being fucking overly greedy about as well, doesn't mean that you should do the same thing, right? This is where I speak more so to competition, where I can see competition more so happening, and just falling in line with it doesn't really bode well. And for a brand that's kind of working on, you know, you got the avalanche started with these games, but you still got to work on your eye and the consumer and getting more people to that feeling to stay invested, instead of having those negative marks on your back. But nonetheless, in an updated post over on Xbox support, Microsoft said the price increases were made with careful consideration given market conditions and the rising cost of development. Expedition 33 was made by 3 people. I think Expedition 33, and what we have seen with Switch 2 and the third-party support that they have seemingly are going to get, with some of the more popular games being able to be released on that platform, with the Switch 2, I think it does blatantly expose that there are deeper issues in game development than a lot of people lead on with. Right. I don't think it should cost the amount of money that it has. I don't think that they ever leveled things out. And I do think that there is I don't necessarily say a lack of consideration, but there does seem to be missed opportunities or just over bloated teams or people that just don't understand how to probably optimize and develop the game along the way, that I think are causing issues. And that's why the indie scene is so important and will continue to be important, because you'll continue to see teams, smaller teams, as an example, Unreal Engine 5. It's important. I get every game doesn't run the best on Unreal Engine 5 because of how the engine works and it being graphically costly and all those great things. And I still don't think we'll see what it's truly capable of until Gears 6. Nonetheless, it does open the door for a lot more for creatives who do have talent to create something unique, like we have seen with Expedition 33 as an example, and other indie teams, with whichever their engine that they're using. We're seeing that it can be done. It only seems to be a problem more so for the bigger publishers, right? The people who are making your Spider-Mans, the people who are making your Starfields, the people who are making, the Marios and stuff like that. It only seems to be an issue for them. And even Nintendo's like, you could tell that their development costs can't be extremely substantial, but we're in a secretive industry in many ways, so we don't know what those numbers actually look like. Anyway, the rising cost of development, and that the company will continue to focus on offering more ways to play games across any screen and ensuring value for Xbox players. While the increases vary by region, the US has been hit hard, with the price of an Xbox Series X console shooting up by $100 from $499 to $599. Microsoft has also confirmed that some new Xbox games from Xbox Game Studios will increase in price to $79.99 this holiday. This price increase does not impact upcoming Xbox titles such as Doom, which launches this month. As it stands, which is May, or do they mean June? I thought Doom came out in June. Was it the end of May? Can't recall. Maybe off.
Doom is May. Doom is May.
Okay. So yeah, Doom's coming out in May. My fault, y'all. As it stands, Microsoft has not announced a price increase for Xbox Game Pass subscriptions. The most egregious thing out of all of this, I mean, it's egregious across the board. You're talking about a Series X that was $499 5 years into the generation. You're raising it to $599. Even in the vision of your competition, that doesn't look good. When you go all the way up to the Xbox Series X 2 terabyte, the Galaxy Edition, that is $729 up from $599, and you have a PlayStation 5 Pro that you can get instead of this that is technically higher in performance, quote unquote. So with that taken into consideration, I mean, at this point, you're almost making people consider getting a PlayStation than if, in my personal opinion, if you would have actually dropped the price by $100. Now, again, me and Paul kind of teased that conversation earlier on, and it is hard for me to continue to be optimistic about the overall vision and what the opportunities that Xbox has to really speak to the consumer. They're doing it with Game Pass. They're continuing to be very successful with Game Pass. As a consumer of Game Pass, I'm not dissatisfied, right? I'm continually getting games, and it's only becoming more. Second and third party games and other indie studios are coming in and saying, hey, they're appreciating what Game Pass is bringing to the table. I have the availability to play more games than I ever have before, but it is weird to me to wake up one day and realize that me, as somebody who bought the console, but then its first year, got it less expensive than new people who would be jumping into it now. Just saying that feels weird. Because personally, if I wouldn't buy a Samsung phone that released 5 years ago for $100 more expensive. I also wouldn't buy it for the price that they originally sold it for. So if the phone was $1,000, you think I'm gonna pay $1,000 for that piece of tech 5 years later? Fuck no. I'll pay $2, $3, maybe, depending on the condition, depending on what type of phone that it was, and even that can be a bit of a stretch. So it's like when we're talking about hardware, it's just weird to me to see. Because it's not only Xbox, right? Everybody's raising them across the board. But to keep it on Xbox, it's weird to me to see Microsoft go this direction when they have so many opportunities to do something different. And that's what makes me look at it and say, damn, man, I have to give Paul kudos, because it does seem like the money men have more of a say than anybody else in here does. Because if I was in a board meeting, I would be looking at my competition. I'd be looking at what is in front of me and saying, hey, maybe we should just be more aggressive. We're already about to end this generation. We're about to step into handhelds. We're about to do whatever else. We're releasing games on multiple platforms. Forza, boom. We proved our point with Forza Horizon. 1 million people were added on to the player count for Forza Horizon 5, and these people are not Game Pass subscribers. You got 1 million more people to play a game that is over 3 years old at full price. And when you can make moves like that, I would just figure that would help offset some things, and maybe it does. Again, I'm not inside in Xbox's internal business. I'm just giving you my mentality and how I'm looking at it, and what just doesn't make sense to me at being familiar with hardware. We are in extremely unprecedented times, and just to say, oh, well, it's because of tariffs that they're doing this, I don't think that that's a good excuse, and I can honestly tell you that I don't give a fuck. You don't take a piece of hardware and raise the price on it years later. It just doesn't make sense. You could tell me, oh, we can't drop the price. Even that I would fight back on. But as a consumer, I have my right to do that. Just the same way I have my right to say, Xbox, you had another opportunity, a plain opportunity in front of you. And Microsoft, I don't know if it was y'all or whatever division that y'all have right now, that y'all said, we would rather continue to make however much money that we can make from whoever we can. While in that same breath, making your competition look like a better option. Again, Game Pass is good, but you can't, how do you get more people into Game Pass? Because it throws a lot of stuff on the table, man. Pong, I mean, with this, I know we touched on it earlier. We'll probably dive into it, dive into a little bit more depending on the thought that you bring to the table here. But I mean, we talk about price increases. We speak on every one of them that ended up happening. I'm pretty sure me and you were both hopeful that Xbox potentially would take a different direction. But again, you have made the point that the money men don't see it this way. That after the ABK deal, obviously things have changed, and this is probably when something so obvious seems to be a win, and you decide to go the opposite direction blatantly. It does demonstrate to me that, damn, man, I think your theory may be more of the route that they're going than even that I previously thought. Now, I still have some optimism. I still have some hope. Again, Game Pass gives me a lot of that hope, seeing that direction, seeing what they're trying to accomplish, knowing that they are trying to give people more access than ever before, and putting the focus on the games. As I've always stated, the games matter more than anything else. And if you give me more ways to get to those games, I think that's super important. But when you got this news, when you've seen this news this week, after everything that has happened, after the good news of Oblivion, after the cool news of Expedition 33, after the team from Expedition 33 even came out and stated that, hey, Game Pass and the way that they showed off our game, it was actually a benefit to us and gave us, and actually we felt like it gave the people an RPG kind of renaissance kind of feel, brought a lot more attention to the genre. How do you feel about this price increase, man? And what do you think that this... What do you think that this says? Is this your moment to gloat a little bit and really deep in your bag?
No, if I had been alone in the speculation, I was standing on some freaking really thin branch and it turned out to be right. Sure. This is what most people have talked about. Like, and again, I'll even give credit where credit's due. The loud naysayers over Xbox, the Xbox haters in this community, whether they were speculating and guessing or whether they were correct in a lot of ways. I've said that multiple times, that they had every right to take their initial victory lap when Xbox shifted gears, because a lot of them were saying the ABK deal was going to make this Microsoft's baby now, and that Satya and Microsoft and the shareholders weren't going to allow them to continue doing business the way that Phil had seen it or Phil had wanted to do, and that they were going to come asking for their money back. And that meant that they were going to go third party more and more and more. So and that includes here still with what we're talking about is price increasing. Microsoft was still losing money on consoles, right? That's always been the game in this industry, right? Outside of Nintendo, right? Once Nintendo started using old hardware. But for all the years, all the decades that this video game industry has been around, when we went to a new generation, and you took a leap in tech and you used cutting edge or, relatively close to cutting edge tech in your systems,
Mm-hmm.
well, then you were going to be taking a loss because you weren't going to charge the consumer what the actual value of the console was.
Right.
Because that was the gateway, right? That was how you got people to go buy the money makers, which was the games, right? Now I'm talking about now back in the day. Now we got subscriptions. Now we got, got monetization in all the games. We got battle pass. You got all sorts of shit nowadays where you make money. Accessories has always been another area that you made money. But the boxes themselves were always losses for a long time, Steel, until right around mid-gen. And then once they even started making money, because tech comes down in price for, approximately 4 or 5 years, tech is coming down in price as it advances. So then the consoles are suddenly making money. And then you would get sales, Steel. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden we get breaks on the consoles, right? And that would entice a whole nother group of people to buy into the new generation. This is the way it was run. This is what all of us old heads are used to. This is how it's always been. Now the scripts have been flipped. Again, Nintendo did their thing and started using old hardware and making money on everything, including the box out the gate. So that kind of changed the game. But Sony and Xbox have kind of been in the same mold. Well, this time around, in the day and age that we're living in, with everything that's happened, pandemic, the cryptocurrency boom, now obviously with tariffs, we'll throw tariffs in there, even though they're temporary. They're still a cost to doing business in tech. All of these different situations that have popped up, this generation, this is the first generation where we haven't seen actually tech really decrease in price.
Yeah,
to a great degree.
Weird.
Right. It's very odd. Even though tech has moved on, it's just that everything's gotten more expensive. Now we got, again, you look at the cards, the graphic cards, and all that. Now we're talking about those just astronomical prices. So the older stuff is still extremely expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And so that changes everything yet again. So we're not seeing the price cuts that we normally would, right? And we saw the PS5 Pro come out and, raise the price again, whereas back in the day I should say last generation, when we had the mid-gen refresh, basically they replaced the first console of that gen, right? The Xbox One X replaced the price point for the Xbox One, and the Xbox One dropped in price, right? That's basically the swapping point. Now the PS5 Pro came out and it was an addition to what we were paying for the PS5, right? So again, this whole generation is different. The hardware side of this does not surprise me with what has happened in the world. Is it what we all wanted? Of course not. Is it what we all expected when 2020 first rolled around and we got the consoles released? No. Did I expect to say that my day one purchase of the Series X was a deal in 2025 compared to what people are going to start paying for the Series X?
It is. Yeah. That's so weird to say.
That's effed up, bro.
It's fucked up, but it's so weird to say.
Right. It is. It's very weird to say. But again, with where we saw everything headed, the console prices, while I think are unfortunate and shouldn't be happening, and yes, I will say it as I've said with every price increase. In a utopian world, big business would take the hit and not pass it to the consumers when they are still having record revenue come in. They're still making a profit. They would take the hit and not pass it to the consumers. We're not in a utopian world. It doesn't work that way. So they're going to pass it on to us. But we could all say something like, again, for Xbox specifically here, and this is going to be across the board, make no mistake about it. Sony's, again, we'll talk about when it happens, but I got to believe Sony's is right around the corner. This is kind of an industry thing now. We've seen it with Nintendo out the gate, and now we see it with Xbox. Sony, I imagine, is going to be right around the corner with this stuff. It is annoying and it's shitty as hell. The bigger problem I have here still is the games themselves. The games themselves is the biggest problem. And that's what my post this week on X was really about, was the games. And the $80 price point, which again, we talked about when Nintendo did it. Didn't think that Xbox would jump on it this quick.
Yeah,
but they did.
They turned around.
Yeah. They turned around real quick. They turned around real quick. it is what it is. Again, I said in my post, you guys, this is where the industry's going. Cool. Again, I hope everybody who was saying they were willing to pay $100 for $100 games, I hope you all are happy. I hope you all really celebrate this. And I want to see you guys making posts that you're happy that people are going to be able to buy less games as the prices go up, and that there will be less, there'll be even a bigger percentage of people who only buy two.
I will say that I think the main positive from this entire situation is what's going to end up happening is people are going to end up being more divisive about the product that they end up buying. And that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fucking fine. If that's the way that you want, you're going to force a decision to be made, and people are going to buy less shit.
Right. Correct. And then we're going to see more contraction in the industry, AAA wise. We're going to see more contraction. Again, I'm on the other side of the hill. I'm already saying, great, we need more contraction. These big boys have fucked it all up. It's fine. I'm beyond caring anymore. I'm beyond empathy anymore. I'm beyond all of it, really, at this point. You guys screwed all this up. You screwed up the number one entertainment industry in the world. And as always, greed wins out at the end of the day. And as in most scenarios that we've seen, greed destroys it, and you burn it down, and you got to start over. We're seeing it with Hollywood. We're seeing it everywhere. It is what it is. Big business gonna big business. They always think they're going to do something different. They always think they got it handled. They always think that they're smarter than the last group of people who tried the same bullshit. They're not. And I don't care about the prices back in the 80s and 90s. People thought it was expensive back then.
Yeah, it was.
Stop bringing that shit up. Stop bringing that shit up. You want to know why I had one friend who owned a Super Nintendo and an N64 and had a lot of games? You want to know why? Because he was rich. Most people back then did not own 20, 30 games in their library of N64.
I had one.
Okay? People thought the prices back then were fucking ridiculous. And guess what? People had more money back then because everything else was a whole lot cheaper than it is nowadays. Yeah. Again, nobody talks about that shit. So stop bringing up the old ads of old and stop saying everything goes up in price. So video games finally had to go up in price. It's logical. It's not fucking logical when you break it down as to the differences. We are now in a digital age. The cost of what it used to cost them to make a cart, to put into a box, to put into a store is whole different than even CDs, DVDs, etc. And now we have the the majority of gamers buying digital, which has nowhere's near the overhead that physical copies do. Not even close, right? On top of a billion other things. So don't talk to me about all this bullshit that it's logical. It's not logical, okay? It's not. If everything was that simple, it's great to run around the world and think that everything's just that simple. Everything goes up in price, so who cares?
Whatever.
No. We're going to talk about it. So again, you can do big business. I don't have a problem. I personally like capitalism.
Don't be surprised.
I'm on that side of things. I'm cool. You want to do this, but as Steele just alluded to, what my post on X was about was that's why I said, cool. You want to do this? You want to pass your mismanagement? You want to pass your bloated budgets? You want to pass your
all that to the
broken
customer?
Dev cycles? Okay. You want to pass all of these things that you guys fucked up. And it is on you, and you have publicly admitted that it is your fault for doing this shit. You went with creatively bankrupt decisions. You have fucked this industry for yourselves, for these big AAA publishers and developers. So you guys want to pass all that on to the customers? Cool.
Yeah, bet.
Cool. Go. Cool. Again, big business going to big business. I'm not
Don't complain about Fortnite.
This should be socialistic society and you should give away your games free. I'm not going to tell you that. Yeah. But go ahead, pass that on to us. But guess what? You thought your customers were toxic before? You thought your customers were overly critical before?
Think this is going to make it better?
I don't fucking care. You are going to get all the smoke. I don't care if it's unreasonable. I don't care if your community managers are quitting because they're getting bullied online for something stupid they had to say. Yeah, I don't care if your devs are getting bullied off online because they said something fucking stupid. I don't care anymore. I don't care about your CEOs complaining about, just wasn't successful enough. I don't care anymore. This is going to get 10,000 times worse for you because you have chosen to go this route, and you deserve every moment of it, in my opinion. This is how I'm taking it. And I'm not going to listen to your, oh, we're sorry the game's broken, a patch is coming. I'm not going to sit around,
okay.
and I'm paraphrasing my own post right here. But I'm not going to sit around for the fireside chats talking about how the community's at your core and you really fucking care.
Yeah, like Diablo.
For the fifth fireside chat. Yeah, like Diablo. I'm not going to sit around personally and look at this shit anymore and then come on my podcast and go, boy, that was a great fireside chat. You know what, guys? Don't worry about it. They got a patch coming. No, I'm not doing it.
I'm cool.
And I've been more forgiving. I am more forgiving. I will play semi-broken games and not freak out about it. But no more when it comes to $80 price points. No. You just cranked up the heat. You just cranked up the expectations.
Yep.
Now, as everybody who was claiming and pandering and bootlicking for $100 games because suddenly the quality is supposedly going to magically get better because we are paying more. Let me tell you something. When that doesn't happen, I'm coming for your asses. I'm coming for your asses. I'm not sitting here, and I've already told you guys this. I told you guys this when we first started talking about with Nintendo. I'm not going to be the dude who is hypocritical that says I will never buy an $80 game. I'm not going to be that guy. I've already told you that if Elder Scrolls 6 is $80, I'm fucking buying Elder Scrolls 6 day one.
You'll buy the $100 version of Elder Scrolls 6.
Right. I'm not that dude. Right. I'm not that dude. There are games, but I'm just saying
that shouldn't be
this industry is going to get judged very much more harshly. Consumers are now going to start questioning if a game is worth $80. More and more. And if those games start bumping more, if they start coming out with the dish, again, people are going to start asking themselves. And I'm not saying there's going to be a revolution. I'm not saying that the $80 price point is the breaking point for this industry. I'm not saying any of that. Again, I'm also the dude who said getting millions of gamers all at one time to agree not to buy something is never going to happen. Okay. Again, and people had a lot of comments underneath my shit for that too as well. And I agree wholeheartedly. I was talking personally. Okay. But you are going to get judged much more critically now. And if your shit's still coming out broken and your shit still isn't right, or it's lacking, or you come out and say, well, we didn't have enough time to add that mechanic, or I don't care. Whatever it's really hard to make good looking characters. I ain't fucking hearing it for $80. I'm not going to hear this shit anymore. We're not going to do this. Personally, for me, this is it. So now you ratchet it up, and it's going to be for a lot of people. And people are going to, Steele's point, buy less games if this is the way the AAA market's going to move. You are going to see less and less games being purchased. You're going to see more games from the AAA side fail or miss sales targets because there's going to be a larger group of people who stop buying every single $80 game day one and start waiting for sales or something to that degree. So again, you guys want to do this. This is fine. It's your right. Big business. Do it.
It's y'all business. Yeah. Do what you want.
For personally, I'm telling you, and for a lot of people, I'm telling you, you go this route, shit's going to get a lot rougher for y'all. You already were bitching and complaining. I don't want to hear about crunch. I don't want to hear about any of the toxic bullshit that goes on. I don't fucking care
y'all
anymore. I have zero empathy for you guys. Okay. I don't.
You want to take your sweet ass time. You want to take 10 years to make a game. You want to take and then blame the consumer for asking for all these things. And it's like at the end of the day, the consumer is just asking for a good product. It's there's always going to be people who are going to ask for more. But so that doesn't matter if the product that people are getting isn't a good product, isn't something that people are going to enjoy. When you're implementing things into it that are turning people off, when the most blatant issue that we have in the gaming industry is good stories being told. Do you think people are really going to buy games with bad stories when that is the art form? Like people are complaining about, oh, well, gamers are so finicky and the market gaming is in such a volatile state. Yeah, because it's an art form. You are at the mercy of your consumer. It was the same back in the day. It's even worse now because the consumer is going to tell you straight up whether it's okay or not.
Right.
That's why you have the conversations with Marathon and they compare it to Arc Raiders. Sure, can they be, they're different, feel different. But when you're comparing tests to each other, dog, what are these people doing?
Right.
This is the condition of your game, again, after X amount of time. When you have dev studios who are able to churn out certain games 5-6 years, maybe even less, and these are coming from the studios who are not AAA. And they're the ones that are being standout. Black Myth Wukong was not from a AAA studio. And it was a standout game. Point blank, period. Whether it was just in China, whether it was, well, whatever the reasoning that you want to give, it was a standout. It did something unique. It did something special. It was important. These bigger studios have an issue with doing that. And then people say, oh, well, they can't be innovative if they stray too far off. Why can Baldur's Gate obviously see that, hey, we need to get these people in here early? Why is there certain devs in the industry that seem to be paying attention and understand that they're in the internet era?
Yeah.
If you know that you depend on the consumer, then hey, instead of us being so shady with the information and being so shy about everything, why doesn't it not become more like movies? Tell me what goes into making this shit. How much it costs, how much actors are getting paid. Give me all the information.
Super secret.
Why won't you give that? Because you don't want people to know for real. We don't want people to know what you're spending the money on. Like GTA 6. I would like to know where all that, if that game comes out and actually was $2 billion to create, mind you, they're probably going to easily make $6 billion, if not more, if it ends up being whatever it needs to be. Or even if it's just, I think it's more $1 billion. If it ends up being the first $1 billion game, whatever. I am going to have a certain level of expectation, for whatever that they're bringing in. And it should be that way on all product that we consume. And I can get, because I saw somebody bring it up in chat. I forgot who it was. Sorry if I don't shout you out. Just say, yo, that was me. But I saw somebody bring it up. I think that was Gene, who was saying, yo, well, Xbox, in Xbox's case, they're trying to gear people towards Game Pass. Sure. But Game Pass still isn't available everywhere, and you guys aren't talking about it as if it is something that you want more people to get into. But apparently they're on track to get to 50 million.
They increased to 30% on PC Game Pass, which is big.
And PC Game Pass seems to be being a constant hit for you. Maybe this play will work out for you. But again, to tie into what Paul was mentioning, if this is the direction that we're going to go, I'm going to do what I have always done, but it's going to be even worse.
Right. If
I don't have a service, I can't get access to it for an X amount of dollars. And again, I'll subscribe and unsubscribe, because it's way easier for me to pay $15-$20 for a game that I'm questionable on than it is for me to pay $70 to $100 for a game and I don't know if I'm going to like it or not. And then you also don't want me to refund my money, because a lot of the times, oh, maybe it's decent in the first hour, and then I get in the third hour and it's like, oh, this game isn't that great, but I can't refund it now. So we still have those issues happening. We are still getting incomplete products. We still don't know where the transition from putting games in a physical store and everything that goes into that process and how that's implemented into how games are being made today. Because you're raising the price on games that are sold digitally. How do you charge? So games were physical and they were $50 to $60. Mm-hmm. And then we've become more digital than ever before. You give me less product with less ownership, and you say that I need to spend more. I have to like knock on a door, or maybe we need to get into I really would love to be a fly on the wall in some of these meetings, because how does that fucking make sense? And then y'all don't want to give people information. So there's so many things that would be alleviated if all the companies came out and say, yep, this is what it takes. Then we would blatantly understand, oh, okay.
But we've had, we've had a peek behind.
We get glimpses. We get glimpses, but it's also still not clear.
No, but the Insomniac leak was a huge.
Oh, that was a fucking mess.
And it's not pretty though. And again, it's not the gamer's fault. And it's not, it is the top level of these big ass companies that don't get it. There is no reason, again, in this day and age, and I'm not a dev. I don't care. We're not going to do this. You got to be an expert thing. That's the new thing going around too.
I'm a consumer, bro.
This shit. No. It's common sense, bro. It's common sense. Tech in the gaming industry, certainly games have gotten more complex, but the tech to make them has gotten easier than it was back in the day. Now what they've turned this into is a specialized industry. And this is legit fact. People who are a part of the industry have talked about this. Why did you have 50 people making a giant ass game like Oblivion back in the day? Because none of them were experts at one thing. They were jacks of all trade in programming across all things. Okay. Now what we've gotten to is to the point where the industry has becoming so ridiculously siloed for each department. Now they need 500 people because the dude who makes the chairs in the game can't flip over and suddenly start working on some AI. He doesn't know shit about AI.
And he knows how to
design chairs. That's what he knows how to do. Back in the day, it wasn't like that. Okay, well, that was an industry choice to go to that, thinking that they were going to get a better product. And as we know still, as we now know, that is not necessarily the fucking case. We don't necessarily get a better product with specialized people, with 10 times the size teams, with 10 to 20 times size the budgets making games. Gaming has not advanced those same 10 times, 20 times over the old games.
Yeah, not the same way, no.
Not in the same way.
Times and stuff like that. But again, that's a step forward in a lot of ways. But
that's tech. That's direct tech, right? Game. We're just talking about game playing. It hasn't advanced that much. So that is a fault at the top levels of these companies that decided this is what they needed to do to the industry. But instead, they've talked about it. We've heard about it. We've seen interviews about it. So it's public. It's not, again, we're not guessing here. This is something that they're talking about. But instead of fixing this shit, instead of working on, hey, maybe we do need to get some way of going back towards the older days, like a Sandfall game seemingly has showed up and shown us all embarrassingly to the rest of the AAA market what can be done even in this day and age. Maybe we need to figure out how to do that with our teams and our divisions. No, we're just going to go ahead and charge the consumer a bunch of fucking money. And we're just going to continue to roll that we're going to roll right now. And that's just the price for gaming. It's just the price of gaming now, Steel. And again, for anybody who wants to bring tariffs in, again, tariffs certainly could be a part of this, but they're temporary. And unless you are going to stand on a hill and tell me that you honestly believe any of these companies who raise their prices, whether it's hardware, whether it's games, whatever, when the tariffs go away, they're not going to be here forever, folks. When the tariffs drop back down, unless you're telling me that you are in the camp, that you believe that these companies are going to adjust their prices down, then I don't want to hear it, because then the tariffs are just a fucking excuse at the end of the day. They planned on doing this. This has been in the works for a very long time, right? And again, I just think you can do what you want to do. That was my whole post. I wasn't being sarcastic with the cool. I'm just saying, cool. You're going to do this? Cool.
Then this is what's going to be the reality.
Then this was going to be expectations are going to ramp up dramatically. And again, you thought the loudmouths were bad before. You thought you could come out and complain to your little journalist friends about how awful gamers are. I don't fucking care anymore in any way, shape, or form. You guys deserve all the smoke. These are not the miracles that you try to tell us gamers they are, that we're just lucky to get.
Real quick, Palm, because Fuzzy Tomato comes in and he says tariffs are clearly a factor, even if it's not a sole reason. What do you say to that?
But again, so you're telling me that they're going to adjust their prices down when the tariffs go away, because the tariffs are temporary. Everybody's acting like these tariffs are permanent. The tariffs are temporary. So Fuzzy, are you stating, as I was saying, are you stating that they're going to bump all the prices down and everything's going to come down when the tariffs are gone? That's across games and hardware.
Yeah, it has to be everything. Now, I don't
It
think
has to be everything. Not one or the other. It has to be everything. Do you think the prices are going to come down? Because again, I personally, Fuzzy, I don't know if you were here for the beginning of this. Personally, I'm not up in arms over the hardware shit.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
I'm not up in arms. Like I said from the beginning, like that's kind of expected. Again, okay, because tech hasn't gone down in price, not just because of the tariffs, but that's they're part of it. I did include them. But again, the pandemic, the cryptocurrency boom is what really skewed. It's what made NVIDIA one of the world's richest companies because they bought up and they're still buying up all the graphic processors. So again, there's been other things that have come into play this generation that have caused tech to not drop in price like it normally does in a generation. So again, I'm not up in arms over that. The games though, I'm up in arms. This is dumb shit, man. This is unnecessary dumb shit. They're allowed to do it. They can do it. But now, again, personally, I don't care what everybody else does. Personally, I'm going to expect a higher level of quality from these developers. I don't want to hear about your complaints. I don't want to hear about your bitching and moaning. I don't want to hear about any of it from the developers all the way up to the top brass. I don't want to hear about it. I just don't care anymore. You are passing everything on to us and then also blaming us when games don't do well. We're not playing this anymore. I'm personally not going to play this game anymore with you guys. I'm just not. Okay? I continue to support what I want to support, but I'm going to make bigger and bigger decisions when it comes to actually day one purchases outside of a subscription service like Game Pass. And make no mistake, we were lucky we didn't get a Game Pass increase here as well announced. Do I think that's coming? Yes. The only thing I think held it back was the performance of PC Game Pass. I think when they saw the 30% increase in PC Game Pass, I think that even the higher up said, let's not mess with this good thing that we got rolling right now. And let's keep Game Pass where it's at and keep trying to, increase the PC Game Pass side of things because they're really focused on that PC side. But I think that a Game Pass increase is coming. If more and more first party games become $80, they're gonna, of course, they're gonna give that, right? So I think that is eventually coming. That was the one positive out of this is that Game Pass did not increase right now, but that will be coming. I saw again, if you don't feel the same way, if you're cool with $80 games, that's your choice. You're a consumer.
Voidlock brings up a good point. PlayStation, people were scalping PlayStations for over $1,000. Yep. So I mean, and I see other people making that point too. It's like, well, if people are still going to pay that price, then what's going to change? I do think, again, the people that buy games as often as we do, people here, people in chat, the people who listen to podcasts and stuff like that. Yeah. Recent numbers that come out, again, I'll do the research on the numbers. I don't have them pulled up right here, but the new numbers pointed out it's less than 4% of people who are buying games monthly, multiple games. We do know that the majority of gamers who are gaming have their one or two games. That's why Fortnite's so prevalent, Counter-Strike's so prevalent. That's why getting into this extraction shooter market could be an avenue that could help bring in more people as well, because it's a different style of game. But I don't know. I don't know what else there is other than the consumer speaking up on their dollar, because if we start buying even less, if you're dependent on the 4% to keep your market alive, that's not a good business model. And sure, you get Xbox will get all the people in the world on cloud. Nvidia can get all the people in the world on cloud. And again, Nvidia Shield is fucking one of the. I'm thinking about getting one because it allows me to stream my Steam games there, and I can play it. It's going to make me feel like I have a native experience, right? Without having to get a whole new computer or a whole Xbox or a whole whatever. I can just have a different device and I can kind of stream whatever, and boom, I got my gaming experience back in the living room. So I do miss some of that. Getting the people gathering around and getting those experiences in. But if you limit it down, if you limit people down even more, because at the end of the day, that is for the average consumer. If you already know the average consumer And yeah, Matt Piscatella, appreciate that, Hazardor, and appreciate you for coming.
Hey,
through.
shout out to Haz too, by the way, showing up. Haz, still doing great work, brother. I tried to retweet you as much as I can, brother. Thank you
man. I know you don't get the love that you I feel like you used to get, but bro, I greatly appreciate everything you do. Anyway, enough glazing on that. But if you already know that the average consumer does not play games the way that you want them to, they don't even play the games in Game Pass like you want them to, because you want people to be able to jump in and out. And I have seen more of that through conversation. But if you want to jump that number up for people who are trying to get invested into more games, if they're not releasing at a better quality standard, if you're going to continue to have these other smaller teams show the big boys up, like Pong has always mentioned, you are blatantly contracting the market. And people will buy less. Sure, there's going to be those oddity games, and you can forever wiggle your way out of it and say people are always going to buy. People don't buy every game. Expedition 33 is one of the most critically rated games ever on a user score, ever in existence. Listen to those words, ever in existence. Mm-hmm. And they have 1 million people. That should be a game that should have got the same traction that Black Myth Wukong got. Again, I know it's because of the style of the game. And again, that number is going to grow for sure. I'm not saying
they just beat their record on Steam, by the way, today. Again, 10 days after release. They beat another concurrent record. It's pretty damn good. 10 days.
Smaller team. Yes, they are experienced devs. But we always get that excuse of, oh, it's experienced devs, they know what they're doing.
Most times that's how studios are created, by experienced devs.
We don't get the product.
Usually first time creators, unless it's a garage or it's a single indie dev doing something for the first time, like we saw like Vampire Survivors or whatever. Like that's the only time you get somebody who kind of comes out of nowhere with really no experience. But for the most part, they're probably going to have experience somewhere in the gaming industry to start a studio.
And that was my biggest point to what I was mentioning, what we were talking about earlier. He says price hike on Xbox hardware is even worse when they are selling way less versus other platforms. That's part of what I was speaking to. Why would you raise it if that is the case? But again, like Pong has also stated previously, it's like, but if they're trying to go a different direction, you can see it, like Pong sees it, that maybe they're trying to outmode it. Again, they're still going to create their own, but you see how things are right now. If I can team up with an Asus, if I can team up with this person, if I can team up and do this, if everybody's willing, because that's the other thing too. There seems to be a lot more cooperation happening as well. Because people will instantly go to, well, people have to allow Xbox to do this. It's on Steam with no care. It's on NVIDIA. They're teaming up with NVIDIA with no care. It's on Ubisoft with no care. Like, things are becoming more cohesive. So it's like, you have to take that into consideration as part of what's happening as well. Again, I'm not saying subscription services are the way to everything later. I should forever have a way to purchase my product. And somebody brought up something else, talking about the prices of games and whatever, saying that they rarely buy a game at $70. Oh, that's Gummies. He says, I rarely buy games at $70. I buy games on Steam sales. Console games definitely don't pay at full price. I'll just wait. Been doing that this gen anyway. And I'm right there with you, Gummies. It is very rare. And it seems often, right? Unfortunately for me, here recently, there's a lot of games that seem like they're just my type of style, right? And you have that. As somebody who's enveloped in the hobby, as someone that enjoys a variety of games, especially since I have come out of being more of that multiplayer centric, because I can go right back to that, and it's very easy. I struggle with that on some days when playing any single player game. It doesn't matter how fucking good it is. Even playing Expedition 33, as much fun as I'm having with it, I still have my moments where it's like, damn, I kind of want to go shoot some folks, man. Damn, I want to go play a competitive. I want to play some PvP. I just coming off the heels of the game. It can't be a bad clip.
That's Florida right there.
Completely out of context. Completely out of context. But I still have my experiences that I want to get into. And if you really want me to get down and dirty with it, I would tell you no game is worth it if it doesn't have a multiplayer. Point blank, period. But those are the type of games that I came up with. You know what I mean? That's part of my expectation. My expectation, if you're going to want me to spend, and I felt like this a decade ago, Before I even decided to do 10, 15 years ago, this is how I felt already. That's why I didn't play Mass Effect or all these other games that people be talking about. It's crazy that I even played Devil May Cry or some of those, but again, it's cool factor. Anyway, I will dead ass get back to a point, if that's really the direction that we want to take this shit, and say, yo, if you don't have a single player and a multiplayer, I'm just not going to buy the game. Okay. Because to me, that's my $60 price tag. I need both. I'm not paying $60 for a single player only game, knowing that I only play single player games once. And that's the other thing that gets into play. Knowing who you are as a gamer, that's going to have effect on everything. And most people don't know who they are as a gamer because they're enjoying the hobby casually. So what do you think? So it's just, it's absurd to me that companies are not willing to take the risk when you're already taking risks in so many other ways. And especially if people kind of see you as the black sheep of, in this case, the gaming industry, in Xbox's case, because they technically are the black sheep. They're kind of seen as the odd one out. Oh, they have the most money, but they don't know how to spend it.
Yeah. No,
although
they're not the cool kid.
Recently, it seems like they know how to spend it. But again, we'll continue to see. It's just, it's so weird and off-putting. It makes me feel more and more every day. Like I sit back, it's like, damn. Me and Paul we need to get an interview with some of these, like a job interview. So I need to be the idea man or something, because Lord, y'all just don't know. And it's so crazy to me that it seems like the internet does not exist in gaming studios. I don't get how you do it without it. But then complain when people are giving you smoke.
They're going to learn.
It's crazy to me.
We're going to go through a contraction period. These companies are going to continue to watch their big games not hit sales targets as they need internally. They're going to see that the $80 price point doesn't help them, right? Offset anything. They're going to continue to not take risks. They're going to continue to let
that's a fact,
escort out of the building talent like Sandfall.
That's crazy.
Make better games than they can.
That's crazy.
Like that's again, this happens in most industries when they get to a certain point, and the big players always think that they're smarter than the previous generation of big players, and we see them repeat history, echoes of history. It's not always exactly the same, but they repeat the same kind of shit. And it's just that they always think that they're smarter than the average bear, and they don't. They lose.
They don't have to be.
What happened? No, they don't have to be. But the problem being still is they lose touch with what made them successful in the first place, which is the consumer. In this case, that is the gamer. They ostracized the gamer for a lot of different reasons. We won't get into the bullshit. Gamergate was just one part of it. But they decided to wage war in the big companies against the gamers who made the industry what it was and say, we don't need you and we will make what we want to make.
Okay.
And again, they are starting to, right.
Okay.
Right. And they are starting to see the results of that.
Which is
right. And again, we're going to go get this massive audience. It's a great idea.
It's fine, but
it always looks great. But in reality, just like they thought Game Pass was going to be at 100 million subs at some point, in reality, just like we did, again, I freely admit I
still
thought
think
they
you
had
get there.
shot. It's going to take a lot, but again, we found out that there's not gamers willing to game like us, and that's fine. Again, still, we're the 4% or less, right? And that's fine. But on paper, things look great, but in reality, they don't turn out that way a lot of times. And when you've excluded or ignored or continue to just push aside those that got you to a certain point, you're going to drop, you're going to fall because you no longer have that base that got you there. That support is gone. And that's the problem, because you need support in this industry for your games. Even if you're going to go get a bigger audience, you still need your core there. Because that is what is your guaranteed sales. Those of us that are enthusiasts that buy 10, 12, 15, 20, 50 games a year, that's who carries. We're the whales. And if you lose your fucking whales, the masses aren't going to carry your product. It is what it is. And again, they are tempting fate right now. They are pushing the boundaries, and they are going to I think they're going to lose. We'll come to find out. Again, this is fascinating shit. They are treading new water. Like, this is like, okay, I don't have a problem if this industry needs to contract, because I think the AAA and indie space is extremely healthy. I don't think we need any more proof of that. There is so much talent still to this day. As many people as have been rejected from this industry, as many people that have been let go up to this point from the bigger publishers, we are still seeing a healthy return back on the backside through indie and AA development, and they are starting to turn out, as Claire Expedition is the latest to show, games that can compete 1-for-1 with the big boys on the big stage, and in a lot of cases outperform them. And that to me says we're okay to lose the top portion. We're okay to have a contraction at the top portion of the AAA space. If the AAA developers and publishers need to learn their lessons, and they need, to have to have them feet burned, well, then they're going to get them feet burned, and we're going to see a lot smaller AAA. But maybe that's what we need for them to realize what they've done has been mistake after mistake. Their mistake. It's not the gamer's fault. It's not. We pay for it, but it's not the gamer's fault where they took this industry to. Now, again, how long that takes, whether or not that happens, we'll find out. Xbox was out here, Microsoft was out here touting 500 monthly active users, right? 500 million monthly active users, halfway to 1 billion, right? They're still seeing success. But I think as some more and more of their games don't do necessarily what they needed to do, and I'm not just talking Xbox, this is across the industry, I do think we're going to see a return to better days as they try to get smaller, as they try to get more efficient, as they try to go back and fix what they broke. I think a lot of them right now too, Steel, and I'll end it here. I think a lot of them are hedging bets on AI coming in and solving their problems. And like, I've been very excited about the potential. I've been very excited about the potential of what AI could do to help the devs and help the industry. If you're just going to add another crutch to all the crutches you already have,
that's not what you need. Yeah.
It's, again, you're not fixing the core problem.
You're going to have people making games that don't understand how to make the game.
Right. And then that's what
you can't fix it.
Right. You can't fix it. So anyways, interesting conversation. We're not done. This is going to continue. Again, I think PlayStation's going to follow suit at some point here. So we'll have this conversation again when we see what they do. We know for a fact that a lot of the games coming out right now aren't hitting the $80 mark. Doom's not going to be $80. We know that.
Yeah.
We know that the latest Madden is not going to be $80. So we haven't seen EA touch on this yet. Expect them to down the road once they go. I think once this becomes the norm, they're obviously going to do it. 2K. Again, buckle up, everybody. Steel and I had this discussion last night playing Arc Raiders again. GTA 6, May 2026. Let's just say it sticks to that date. You want to see boundaries pushed with game price. I'm telling you, Strauss is not going to be, in my opinion, Strauss is not going to be satisfied with 80 for his baby. Him and his shareholders know for a fact that people will pay $100 plus for GTA. I think $100 base game. I think 120 with early access, and I think 150 plus, not a collector's edition, just an ultimate edition with in-game currency for, shark cards, whatever you want to say, for GTA Online and a couple other things that they throw in there. I would put my bets on it. So we're going to see the first $100 video game in GTA. Base game. We'll see.
I mean, I really hope that it does not go that way. Again, I would be the optimist here and just say, look, Take-Two also has an opportunity because of that pricing structure. You can guarantee yourself in so many different ways. If they ended up selling the base game for $60, and then sold a version at 80, sold a version at 100, and then sold another version top of the line for 120.
Why would they do that?
Because it's a smart business move. People are going to buy it.
You're still going to sell 20 million first week at $100. Why would they sell 25 million at 60?
Because you want to do what's right for the industry.
Yeah, okay. All right.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Kumbaya steel. We're living in utopia.
We know it's more likely that it's not
fun.
going to go that direction. It is more likely that they'll push the $100 direction and say hey, our GTA is worth $100.
It is.
On PC, I'll still get it for $49.99.
Steel. Think about this. It's less than this. It's less at $80 regular priced AAA games. $100 for GTA will be $20 more. That is only a quarter. It's only 1 1/4 games. Think about that, Steel. When the average person and the people do this, when they think about this, when they think about how much they play GTA, and they're thinking to themselves, "Well, I'm paying $20 more than I pay for a normal game." People are going to buy it, bro. It's a no-brainer at that point. I think the first real experiment, though, Steel, is I think COD this year could be 80 because they're going to current gen only.
I don't know if COD could take it, and apparently there's information now getting out there that apparently it's not right where it needs to be either.
Right, but I'm saying I think that could be Xbox's first $80 game this year because Doom's not going to be it, right? I don't think Outer Worlds 2 will be $80. Now, I could be surprised by it. I don't think it'll be $80, but I think COD could be. So that'll be an interesting experiment if they do it that way.
I know. Doesn't sound delightful.
Again, this is, and I expect more people to judge it harsher and harsher as the prices go up. Well, I really do.
And that's if that's the direction that it ends up going, then I would hope for that, just so that people can demonstrate, or the consumer can demonstrate to the corporations that y'all picked the wrong direction. You're demonstrating that you don't understand what your consumer needs in order for them to invest more or to be constantly in your ecosystem. Because the other thing that kind of contradicts a lot of that is you also talk about numbers and how your engagement is on a day-to-day basis. And you know that is a metric for you, and you have to take that in deep consideration, just like Rockstar would. Right. So there's just so many things that tie into it. And again, GTA is a shooting star in the gaming market, right? It's one of those, there's not very many games that are like that, where it's just everybody's going to jump on board. So,
Nixie, some of the money men would love you. Nixie says $60 gets you the game with limited saves.
Jesus fucking Christ! We're literally reversing back in time.
Let's go, Nixie. Yes, let's put that into play. Yeah, let's go with the old EA guy who said that Battlefield should charge you per reload.
He was smoking crack too. I mean, again, you're already getting $20. That's the other thing too, man, because people still, you're only talking about the price of the games that are out there. Yeah. You're not considering the free to play games that are under either under any of the corporations that are, especially for Call of Duty, that are making you're $20, $30 for a skin.
Right.
Where's the money in that? Where's that going?
That's the other part that people forget too when they talk about these prices. Like, yeah, you have monetization up the ass now on a large part.
Your dev costs went up. You're making stupid amount of money.
Right. I mean, EA's makes more off of monetization than they do off the games. Like it's a fact. Like their
Ultimate Team. Yeah.
No, they make more
My
off
player
of that than they do actually selling the games. Yeah. This is going to be an interesting time, bro. I'm telling you.
That essentially wraps up the GTA side of it as well. Again, I mean, there wasn't really any huge news. I do have an article from Reuters just saying that, hey, Take-Two Interactive on Friday pushed the release of Grand Theft Auto 6 to May 26th of 2026, extending the wait for the most hotly anticipated title in the video gaming history and sending its shares tumbling 8% in early trading. The title, developed by Rockstar Games, was previously slated for 2025. That wasn't confirmed, but that's what people were assuming. The franchise is the crown jewel in Take-Two's portfolio, accounting for a significant...
So Technically, he did.
Nah.
Joe said it was 2020.
Yeah. He said that we knew different. So I guess if you
know,
want
I'm
to
just
base it off of
saying
that,
technically
if you
they're
want to base
right.
it off
He
of that.
said it.
Yeah, if
he
you want to
said
base it off of that, then I get that point. So good. I appreciate that correction.
Yeah.
Take-Two is GTA is a crown jewel in Take-Two's portfolio, accounting for a significant share of revenue and player engagement. And expectations for the upcoming title have been baked into Wall Street forecasts for months. See, and they bring up the point of player engagement right there. They know what's important. Fans have been waiting for the game for over a decade, and analysts expect it to be an instant hit. The previous entry, Grand Theft Auto 5, released in 2013 and has sold over 200 million copies, making it one of the best-selling video games ever. We support fully Rockstar Games taking additional time to realize their creative vision for Grand Theft Auto 6, which promises to be a groundbreaking blockbuster entertainment experience, Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick said. Delays have been a commonplace in modern game development as studios grapple with rising production costs and growing pressure from players to deliver polished experiences at launch. Shouldn't that just be the fucking expectation, though? Growing pressure from players to deliver polished experiences. Don't release it broke. Like, what do you mean?
Correct.
Investors await more details when Take-Two's reports hit its fourth quarter earning on ending on May 15th. Despite the delay, Take-Two has several titles lined up for the next fiscal year, including Borderlands 4 and Mafia: The Old Country, which are expected to be big launches. Given that Take-Two reiterated expectations of record level net bookings in 26 and 27, we think that this alleviates some of the potential concerns around sales cannibalization in 26, D.A. Davidson and co-analyst Wyatt Swanson said. Rockstar Games unveiled the first trailer for GTA 6 in 23, confirming the game's return to Vice City, a fictional take on Miami, and introducing Lucia, the franchise's first female lead. The teaser hinted at a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde duo and drew more than 100 million views within its first 24 hours. GTA, man. Again, yeah. I'm going to continue to reiterate the point that the only reason that GTA did as well as it has this time around, it was because of the online. I don't think the single player carried any weight as far as this number goes. We'll see how much of that has an impact. And I think if they come out with online day and date next time around, and I'm just assuming that they're going to have GTA Online, they're going to move it forward just because of the stage that they set with 5. Yeah, they probably are going to do fucking well. I mean, you see people already planning on it. There's people already planning role-playing servers. But that ties back into my point about being aware of the internet and social media. There's just certain things that are just common sense and commonplace. And if you see people looking at your game a certain way, then what do you think that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to try to do? Except try to push the medium forward. And I will go back to, for people that are doubting that GTA is going to look at the way that it was demonstrated, go back and look at every GTA that is released previously, at least from 3. The trailer for 3 looked like how the game looked. 4, same. 5, same. 6, you don't think the game's going to look like that? I think we have enough proof that other games tend to look the way that they're shown now, especially nowadays. I can see people getting knee deep in that. People like that shit. It ties back into the whole sim life thing. That shit, that's free advertising and marketing dollars from TikTok. YouTube, if it's open, if it's TikTok still open by then. If it doesn't get bought out or whatever the case. It's just so many factors into it, man. But yeah, so shout out to GTA. We'll see what ends up playing out. Maybe they will end up being the first $100 game.
Well, I think more so than anything, you know, a year or whatever. It's not actually a year delay because they were planning on it coming out at the end of the year. But anyways, it's from the announcement. It's fine, and I would not doubt it gets delayed again to fall of next year. So just again, GTA fans, get ready. But if they're going to hold true, like I said to you, Steele, I think this does play well towards them having a PC day and date release, which has been your point all along, which obviously I've agreed with you that it would be better, but that's never been one of their priorities because they have been one of the rare console first publishers out there, big publishers and developers. But I do think that this plays into that. I do think that they could be making sure that all the different versions are going to be ready to go. It'd be interesting to see if they have a Switch 2 version ready to go.
I don't think they're gonna do Switch 2 for GTA 6.
Strauss is going to push it.
I don't think
he's going to find a way.
I think it's gonna find.
Cloud
I think it's
play,
gonna
bro.
take a couple years. Cloud,
bro.
if you do cloud, yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to push.
I can see
Anyway,
cloud.
but I do think PC is in play. I think PC day one is in play at this point, now that they're delaying this, because to your point, and to obviously common sense, which we all know, the PC market has grown to a point that you can't ignore.
It's undeniable, bro.
Like you said, the GTA modding community is massive and has had a massive role in what GTA Online has become.
Or GTA has become.
Right,
just
GTA
the game itself, yeah.
Yeah. And obviously it's given Strauss, 2K, and Rockstar a lot of playground that they're going to now monetize, because they weren't ready for how big GTA Online became. And they didn't have a chance to monetize all of these different custom play styles. They're going to monetize the hell out of all this shit now. But they do understand that the PC market is a massive portion of that GTA player base and what it means.
Real quick to add on that to Pong, because JB1521 brings says they want the double dip. The point that I will bring up to oppose the whole double dip conversation that people have, they won't do that because they'll want a double dip. And maybe Pong's point, maybe that's why they do it on Switch 2. I just don't think, from the information that we're getting about Switch 2 now, I don't think that it will. But again, cloud could be an option though. So there's where there's a will, there's a way. But the main thing that I wanted to bring up is there's also a difference of not having to wait 10 years to sell 200 million copies of a game. What if you could sell 200 million copies of a game in your first year?
Right. I mean, I think a PC, I think it's a 20 million first week seller guaranteed.
I think the first month's
going
to be low on million.
Console. That's just on console. I think first week could be 20 million. I think high end is probably right around 30.
If Black Myth Wukong did 30.
Well, that was all China, though. It was a lot of China.
GTA hit different, though, man. Now, especially.
They do. But if you throw PC in there, I think you're talking about a 40 million first week. As wild as
that is high. Yeah, that is high, too.
I think you could see 40 million, or let's say 40 million first 30 days.
I was going to say, that'd be, I can see 40 million first month. I can definitely see that.
If it hits. Now, again, that means it hits. That doesn't, again, I don't think that there's a way they could really fail, because Rockstar isn't going to fail, because we know the quality put in their work. That's the one thing that I'm not questioning. However long it has taken them to get to this point, to release this game, however long they've been working on it, however much money it's cost them, the one thing I don't think is ever going to be a problem is that Rockstar is going to push the quality bar forward. All you got to do is look at their history of games. That is the one part where I go, I have zero fear like that they're not going to push the bar even further with this game. Like, I know they are. So unless it's completely broken, I think 30 million, 40 million first month, easy. I think that is a good mark for them, especially if they put PC day one, because I think that will be that. Again, this is the unicorn. I don't, again, what was Skyrim? What did Skyrim sell first 30 days?
I don't think it even did that much. And that was innovative.
No, it didn't do it. No. It didn't do that. But again, different time too. All right. That's 360 era. But first 30 days, but it was Skyrim. Sales. Why can't I type today?
But that's always going to be my pushback to the whole, they want people to double dip. Because you want people to double dip so you can sell more copies. But if you're going to sell more copies regardless, again, 200 million in 5 years versus 10 years, I think is always going to be the better play that you're going to want to see, because then that helps you determine what moves you make next. And maybe you don't have to wait a year you don't have to wait 10 years to fucking get, what's the raids and heists and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Right.
It's going to be huge, man, I think.
It's going to be massive. And I wasn't shocked by it. Yeah. It took Skyrim 5 years to sell 30 million copies. Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, I just expect GTA with its player base, that they're approaching 180 million sold now, or 160 million, whatever it is now. With that player base, I think 30 million is very doable in the first 30 days. I think the pre-orders will be off the charts. I mean,
You were talking about GTA 5 is at 200 million.
200 million.
That's what that article said. Yeah.
So 30 million, I don't think and that's a lot of rebuys, obviously.
Again, 10 years though.
But
10 years.
10 years. But that's 20 million a year. Stupid. The pre-sales alone, I think will probably come close to 20 million, if not more. So yeah. It's gonna be fun, man. And what is even if it's on PC day one, if it's 30 frames on console, I ain't playing it.
Yeah, I'm not playing it. I'm not playing it.
If it's on PC, I'm
not doing that.
Then I probably will be a day one dude if it's on PC.
And even if that was my only option to play it,
probably
I'm not playing no game in 30 FPS. I'm not doing it.
Right.
I don't care how interested I am in it. I'm just not doing it.
No, I agree with you there. Yeah, I can't wait though. I think
GTA 6. Ron,
yeah.
Ron says, "What if GTA 6 is not even a good game?" Ron, how many games like GTA are out there?
It will be the biggest failure in the history of video games, never to be topped again. And I'll deal in absolutes. Rockstar fumbles this. Like, I don't think there's a way that Rockstar fumbles this. I mean, there could.
Again, there's been people at the top. The narrative directors have changed. There's a lot of people who are worried about the story.
They could have I could come out with some ways where they could F it up.
Are they gonna be as, on the pulse of things as they used to be? Are they going to be not caring about being offensive and everything else?
Well, like you said, Steel, the online will carry them no matter.
Yeah, the online, that's what I'm saying. That's why, like, when people always bring up GTA 5 story, the story, GTA 5 story is completely irrelevant to why GTA 5 is a relevant game. Completely irrelevant. Right, I can tell you that. And again, I think that GTA 5 story is a decent story. I still think 4 is better with Nico Bellic, but as in the comparison, and I like San Andreas as my favorite out of all of them, personally. But what if 6 is able to do all that and more?
Yeah,
and I think it would. Again, it's hard for me to doubt what they continue to demonstrate. GTA 5 was working on an Xbox 360.
Right.
Like, just take that into consideration. In the game, yes, it has graphically improved, but that is how they sold the game and made you look at it when they sold it in trailers, is how the game looked. Look back through the trailers over the years. Man, I'm telling, it's hard for me not to believe that. What is difficult for me to understand is if they missed the opportunity to launch day and date with PC. And we just talked about that.
Sorry if you guys can hear that.
No, you're good. I can't hear.
Sorry.
You're good.
Okay.
No, I can't hear. No, I can't hear nothing. So yeah, it should be fine.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I haven't finished Red Dead Redemption 2 and I'm just not interested in doing that. I do think that they have set that difference though, right? Although some people do feel like, damn, they dropped the ball Red Dead Online because of all their focus on GTA Online. But Red Dead does seem to be your more story-centric game. Because you obviously put more care into Red Dead than you did GTA 5. At least from what I can tell. At least from what I can see, what I can tell. And even, I think Red Dead is a good example of them moving forward. Can you imagine a game that looks better than Red Dead? Red Dead 2? Mm-hmm. As immersive as that game was, all the stuff they had in that, except it's in the city? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting. I guess we could hit on some quick hitters here. And start winding things down. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us. I know G was saying he loves this show because we were just getting into it, giving smoke and handing smoke out. This is what we do, man. We're always going to give our personal thoughts on what's happening. Me and Pong don't always agree, although everybody seems to think that we do. We have different perspectives on a lot of things. Sure, are we most of the time gray on a lot of things? Yeah, probably, but. Again, we also believe in that and see that things can be one way or the other. And this isn't about, my opinion is more valid than your opinion. That's why we get y'all involved as well. And I get different, like when Pong's talking about something and there's differing opinions that are being put out there. That's why I want to put them on the table. Hey, somebody said this. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? And then we kind of go from there. So appreciate y'all for rocking out, man, and coming through on a week to week, especially with this crazy week like this one. Nixie says, Steel Pong, did you guys bring up the Battlefield leaks? No, we didn't actually talk about that.
Originally when they first started,
when they first did it, but we haven't brought it up.
Yeah, they first did it, but the new stuff, dog tags are back. They showed off the kill animation, and the once again had another example of pulling your teammate to safety before healing them. And then there was some jet fighter footage out there now. Yep, there was some jet fighter footage of how flying looks. And then there was some I think the one that Nixie's probably talking about the most, there was some very atmospheric level shown off in one of the clips, Steel. It was set like in a mountain pass kind of area.
Okay.
So you got mountains, kind of steep, rocky sides, whatever else, and you're fighting down in this kind of valley or pass area. But you've got a mist hanging through the mountains, like on the sides and stuff. It looked crazy cool, man. Like how, and again, this is from compressed bullshit video that somebody recorded from a NDA, beta test. But just kind of how it's feeling. I think that's the thing that's impressing me more and more. There was some leaks about the guns too this week, about which guns we're getting. Some people were taking screenshots of the guns. And obviously these are all early, subject to change, but a lot of the classics are coming back this time around as well. He's bringing those back. So yeah, the Battlefield leaks continue to be
looking good
to me. Confidence boosters.
Yeah,
this is we could be back, and I'll whisper it. We could be back. We're back. Zampella's, I think, got it. Him and his team are gonna nail this.
Yeah, he's directing the fuck out of it, I think.
Yeah, and I think that he understood the assignment and just went back to what made Battlefield great and just made sure that's all in there. Again, having the dog tags, collectible dog tags.
Yeah, that was cool.
Right? That meant something. There was a trophy, bro. You grabbed when I used to go sniper hunting, and I used to have my collection of dog tags, because for anybody who doesn't play Battlefield, I'm sure most people here have. Back in the day, you could customize your dog tags, right?
Yep.
You could open up and have different, they had all sorts of different dog tags you could open up. You had gold ones. They had all
Battlefield 4, it was better. Like, really,
yeah. But it was cool. That was a trophy you took when you freaking took somebody out melee, right? When you snatched it from behind and you slit them.
Give them tags.
Give me them tags, bro. And you had a whole collection. You could go through and look, and you could see who you took them from. Right, so if they're bringing that back, I'd love to see it if it gave you a date, like where you.
That'll be dope. That'll be super cool.
That'll be dope. Anyways, so they're I think Zampella got it, and I think Zampella understands what it's going to take. The other little tidbit here, Steel, to go along with our GTA 6 conversation.
Okay.
Now it's pretty much locked in that Battlefield will be out before April of next year, right? So they've set it up that it's going to be between the end of this year. It's going to be that quarter, right? Between the end of this year and before April next year. But some people were thinking it could be delayed again. Well, now you got GTA 6 looming as of right now, May 26th. You're not going to send Battlefield. You're new and improved. You're not going to send it out there to die, bro. So now people think that internally EA's got to be going, okay, we're going to launch. Like we're getting this done. It's either going to be the end of this year or it's early beginning of next year, so that it's not up against GTA 6 in any way, shape, or form. So, and I think Zampella and his team will probably be ready for it. How these leaks are looking, I think they're probably going to be ready for it. So as long as server issues are the problem, obviously that's always the problem. We'll see.
Battlefield. I mean, again, it wasn't that way with 2042, but Battlefield typically does all right, especially with them having custom browsers as well.
Awful. 4
early was
4 was awful.
4 early on
1 was okay. 5 was shit. 5 was terrible.
It's always early on.
You had a whole nother massive problem. Yeah, I know. This is what we're hoping that Zampella can avoid this time. If he avoids the early shit, bro, he's already way ahead of the game. If it comes out and it's fair, it's not going to be perfect, but if it comes out, it's fairly in a good shape and there's not a lot of people are going to be like, holy shit, he did it. Like, it's going to be an early win for him. He'll get some grace just with that if he does it right. So
yeah, no, I agree. So that was good on the quick hitter side. The Borderlands 4 stuff. I don't know what else you want to, if there's any additional details there outside of watching the trailer for it. I thought it looked really cool. I thought it looked good, right? It seems like it has the Borderlands style, but you could tell like
they upgraded it.
It has like the additional reflections and everything is like shiny and like it does look, it looks different, but it still looks like Borderlands. So we'll see. I am interested. Again, playing Tiny Tina's has definitely made me more interested than I had ever been in a Borderlands game. I had a lot of fun in there. Didn't have good end game, so it is what it is. And I just don't. PvE games only do but so much for me. I don't like the idea of I'm grinding just to see who dick's bigger. I just don't, I don't get it. I didn't get it in Destiny. I mean, I know, I get it. On one side of it, I understand why it is appealing for people and that the drive for why people like to spend their time doing that. For me, it's hard to justify because of the PvP side more than anything. If I'm not, and even in that, I don't like there being different types of guns because I think everything needs to be leveled out and there just needs to be an overall balance, and skill should be more of the determining factor than anything. But when it comes to looters, and that's what's crazy, Nixie, because he says still don't like you looter shooters. I love fucking looter shooters though.
He had a great time at Tiny Tina's. Listen,
it's just that end game. It's the end game loop.
Yeah,
you have to do something right. Like Destiny is the closest thing that I can say that is a compromise for me. Right? Where I have had good times in the PvE content for Destiny. Is it my preferred way to play that game? No. And I also don't like it when raids take 6 hours to do because somebody on your team just isn't the greatest. One person can determine everything. So now I got to become Hercules and do multiple things to get whatever job accomplished so we can get this one gun. Or chance, excuse me. You're not even guaranteed. So you can get a chance to get this gun. To do what? I can still outgun you in multiplayer by using a gun that's not that gun. Sure, it might have some corny things about it, but I don't know. It just doesn't. It doesn't mean that I wouldn't play. It doesn't mean I wouldn't have a good time for it. I would just always be more divisive on what is the end game of it. Right. And I think Borderlands 2 probably had the best example of what that was. I've only heard stories from my brother about that and the type of guns that he would get and, them running through these bosses. But he's also the type of dude that likes that. You know what I'm saying? We were playing the first Descendant. The man was immediately grinding. It's like, bruh, you got to get through the story first. I was like, nah, man, I'm over here grinding for this stuff, man. They said I can grind, so I'm just grinding for it. I'm like, bruh, but you need to get everything first. Like, nah, man, just level up these characters, man, Like, okay. But those are the type of games that speak to him. So, again, we'll see how it ends up being. I do like the design. The character design seems to be really cool. The overall art style. So, I guess we'll see how it plays out.
They cook it, bro. They cooking. They're going back. Again, Randy being Randy. Man, he was zooted and tooted, bro. Let me tell you. But anyways, they're bringing back. They're going back to the older Borderlands again. They learned their lesson now. Oh, and I think that's the important thing, and that's what a lot of the conversation was. I did watch the direct from PlayStation, the weird PlayStation third-party direct for Borderlands, but not Ghost of Yotai. Just weird, just a weird thing that they did. But anyways, as a Borderlands 4 fan, or as a Borderlands fan,
appreciate you, Jago.
Of course I watched it. I'm day one on this. They are going back. They are making legendaries legendary again, like it used to be in Borderlands 2. So when a legendary drops, it's going to be an event. It's going to be something big for you to get. The fact that they are now taking, as you guys know, they've got the different manufacturers of guns, and all the manufacturers have different mechanics at play, or different what is the word? Why can't I think of it? What's the word that Diablo uses for affixes? They have different like affixes or mechanics to the guns for each of the different manufacturers. You are now going to be able to put and replace parts like your magazine from one manufacturer, your scope from another manufacturer, and customize your gun
That's
with
really
a
cool.
combination of effects from all the manufacturers. Yo, let's go. They also did talk about the end game and how they're going back to the raid style big boss. They're not talking about it yet, but they said, we got it. We're going back. If this is the case, from everything that I saw, now they updated the skills. It looks like they've changed the inventory, which has always been questionable when it comes to Borderlands for the amount of loot you get. I've always had a problem with that. It looks like they changed that up. We'll see how that plays out. But I'm day one. This looks phenomenal. They've already also, we got word today to Steel. They committed to 2 more character classes with DLC as well. At least 2 more character classes are going to be coming to it through DLC as well. But I'm back. I am fully engaged. I'm a Borderlands. 3 was certainly not my favorite. But I did late last year go back to it again and start playing it again. And found myself enjoying it. Now, the part that I'm not going to know of, and there wasn't enough, there was some in there, but it's not until you get into the game. A big part of Borderlands while you're playing is the humor. And people had a problem with the humor in Borderlands 3, which I totally understand. It didn't quite hit. It was pretty dumb. Tiny Tina's adventure, I thought they did a better job. We were laughing a lot, but I am a Tiny Tina stan, number 1. So
I like
it. I love Tiny Tina, so she cracks me up no matter what. Even if she says some stupid shit, I just find her funny as fuck. So, but that's a big part of Borderlands. And obviously we've heard some questionable things about how they're going to handle Borderlands 4 humor and whether or not this was going to be one of those modernized things again for the modern audience, which isn't going to work for me, but we will find out how they do. I did hear a couple things while they were playing that did hit a little bit, and I was kind of chuckling to myself. So, but that's a big part of Borderlands. So we'll see how that hits. But outside of that, the gameplay loop already looks phenomenal. The loot looking phenomenal. If they nail the end game, like Steele said, if they do make a big impression as far as when that legendary drops, like, oh shit, I just got something that's going to be a game changer. Oh, the other thing too, Steele, that they change is your heavy weaponry are no longer going to be ammo based. They're going to be cooldown based.
Oh, okay.
Oh, let's fucking go. Yeah.
Depending on what the cooldown is, I think that'll be dope.
Yeah. They said they said the cooldown is going to be fast enough that it's going to be viable to use your heavy weaponry throughout a level, that you don't have to save it for the boss. So you're going to be able to use it. They said it's going to be great. So we'll wait and see, but I am happy with that. Instead of looking for rocket ammo all the damn time or whatever the case may be, just having that sucker on cooldown that I can use. Love that they went that route too. So yeah, Borderlands day 1, man. Can't wait. September, is it 11th now? Is that when they're launching 2 weeks early? I think it is. Is it 12th? Borderlands 4. I'm sure they'll have early access to, which I will.
Yeah, I think it's
I will
12.
be getting. Is it the 12th? Why does this bring up old dates? Oh my God. I can't. Why can't you? This is why I can't wait for Google's downfall as well. I hope they break the shit up out of Google and rip the search engine from them. Why is it so difficult just to get an answer?
Google has gotten worse. Yeah,
bro, it's so bad. As somebody who uses it daily for my job,
it's gotten worse
and uses a lot of skip engines for his job. It's terrible. It's awful, bro. Yes, it is September 12th. So September 12th, day 1. If they got early release, I'll be buying a deluxe edition, ultimate edition, whatever. Again, from what I saw, this is, I'm cool. I love this. I love Borderlands.
Oh, the other quick hitter actually that I wanted to add on there, and I want to get the date on this one right. Well, it's another Game Pass game as well. And it's a game that I'm actually. Look, there's some behind the scenes stuff, but we'll see if that brings anything to fruition. I don't. It may or may not. We'll see. What is? They actually gave it a release. There it goes. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers.
Oh yes, this would be up your alley. Yes,
This
I
week
saw the-
they
saw it.
did an announcement for the official release date, and it's going to end up being July 23rd, which is also before my birthday. So I got a birthday game coming, so that's going to be really dope. Again, this is one I was already like highly interested in just because of what they shown originally. Again, soul style game, that's up my alley. Still need to get back to completing First Berserker Kazan. It's just games on the table, man. Interest driver. But this is one I'm highly anticipating. There may be an opportunity for Live and Split Screen to maybe be involved in it early on. We'll see. No promises or anything like that yet. But yeah, man, July 23rd is the official announce date for Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers. Again, another Game Pass game, another game that people are going to be able to try out. I'm still curious on how it's going to actually end up playing. But I think the main victory here is it is a $49.99 game. So another game from a small developer, Lean Z. This is being published by 505 Games. It is more action oriented than most Souls games. I would probably even put it in. I'm trying to think of what game that I would put it up there with. I don't know. Just looking at the combat, it reminds me of Wo Long in a lot of ways. But we'll see. Deluxe editions is $60, so very reasonably priced, especially for a game on Game Pass. This would be one of those where the $10 upgrade would be 1,000% worth it, which is probably what it's going to end up being when you get that Game Pass deal. So yeah, man, Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers for those who are interested. But I kind of want to do that as a quick hitter because the more and more I see of it is dope. They're also leaning into the sexiness of the character, I guess. They do have more like the revealing clothes, kind of like why everybody was so excited about Stellar Blade as an example. They are leaning into it, and I appreciate that. Of course, I'm gonna be the guy with the outfit that's not as revealing because it's just me. Maybe they'll have a mecha suit or something.
I haven't seen anything outrageous though.
No, they have one outfit that has more of like a kimono where it leaves the legs very exposed. It doesn't leave much to the imagination. Like you can tell when you're running around, you're gonna see some panties and stuff like that. But unaware of the character.
Nothing compared to now. Look, bro.
People consider that risque, raunchy, everything over the top.
Oh, come.
People do.
Unless you're seeing camel toe.
Neo 2 is a good one too. You can see some camel in Stellar Blade.
In Stellar Blade.
That's what's fucking fun.
First Descendant. First Descendant
too.
Remember?
Yes.
Everybody found out that First Descendant's characters are fully modeled.
Yes.
Which is interesting because most of the time that's not the case. But anyways, for accuracy, they did fully model the characters that time. So, but I'm just saying nowadays, like so extra leg or a little bit of panty glimpse. Come on, man, we're gonna get in that forever. Again, whatever. I'm just not a prude like that. I guess I just. I'm
not either. I know
your reasoning. I know you. Obviously,
it's just a preference thing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Then I got girls, so it's
I was just saying I didn't see anything.
Coming in a room, I'm playing with a half naked chick. This shit's weird.
Like I was just saying, I didn't see anything crazy.
So it's not like
I'm
going out of my way.
No, and I get that. I just didn't see anything crazy out of the new costumes. Like I was like, okay, well they're obviously doing the sexy, but it's more Bayonetta. Yeah. It's more Bayonetta.
It is good call. It is definitely more leaning into that Bayonetta style for sure.
Right.
Like it's borderline maybe, but it's not quite. But it looks really interesting. This is supposed to be another one that's also going to have some variable gameplay in it, so maybe more action focused people or like people like you, Pong, that you want to get in there, tap some buttons in there, and just have a feel or a rotation for what you like to do. From what I'm seeing and what I've heard in the background, it looks like I think it may have some of that, but we'll see. We shall see. So I wanted to make sure I brought that up because it's one I have high on the list. The other one that I had was Expedition 33. Publisher says Oblivion Remastered didn't seem to harm us at all. It just drew attention to quality RPGs. This was kind of the point that I was making during that time when people were bringing up the point like, oh, well, isn't it messed up or that Xbox released Oblivion on a shadow release and when they have a deal with this team? And in my perspective was they're different games. The people who are playing one game aren't necessarily going to play the other game. And even with that being a consideration, what we've also seen from Oblivion, and it is a lot of what you've played already, if you've already been through that experience. And if it ends up grabbing you again, then it grabs you. But this is a brand new IP, right? And it's hard for me to understand why all the people that would be excited for Oblivion wouldn't also want to try this game, especially considering they're both going to be in Game Pass. As an Xbox user, it's nothing to you. But even if you're someone that's buying the games, I would think that most people would probably go for something that they are unfamiliar with than something that they are familiar with, in knowing that it's going to play very similar, it's just going to look better. Again, to each their own, but it's good. It's dope to know that we were on the right path. JRPG darling, even they considered a JRPG. I saw people fucking not trying to put the JRPG title on it for some reason. I guess because of the Japanese side of it, and calling it a French RPG, which sure, but I don't think anybody's going to start calling it an FRPG. I just don't.
No.
Claire Obscura Expedition 33 launched just 2 days after Bethesda Shadow dropped Oblivion Remastered. This is coming from Games Radar, and the article is written by Jordan Gerblick. Which might seem like an incredibly unfortunate timing on the surface, but developer Sandfall Interactive and now publisher Kepler Interactive have both been very much taking it in stride. Despite launching dangerously close to Oblivion Remastered's orbit, Expedition 33 has met with a near universal acclaim and remarkably strong sales, shifting 1 million copies in just 3 days. Naturally, Kepler is happy with the game's reception, with senior portfolio manager Matt Haran telling Games Business he was never worried it would conflict too much with a new Elder Scrolls release. Now, whether that's true or not, who knows? But maybe he was thinking like me. It's like, why would, if the rumors of an Oblivion remastered affect our release? We got the deal with Game Pass. Our people have been paid. At this point, we have confidence in our product. Obviously, they had a right to be confident in their product. And I mean, I think that's the way it should be when you're creating art. If you're not the first one that's fucking confident, then how can you expect your consumer to be? We always knew that Expedition 33 had a very specific identity. When I was in the press, I saw the Western style RPG and the Japanese style RPG as having quite different appeals in audiences. I knew plenty of people that would play an Elder Scrolls game that wouldn't necessarily play Final Fantasy and vice versa. Hadoran said that the organic buildup of interest, not to mention its $50 price tag and availability on Game Pass, helped to keep Claire Obscura from being swallowed by Oblivion Remastered. By the time we rolled around, we had momentum of our own, and we felt pretty confident that we could stand beside it, he said. We knew we would have a lot of interest around the game. We were confident in that, and it went as well as it possibly could have done in our eyes. And actually, proximity to Oblivion didn't seem to harm us at all. In many ways, I think it just drew attention to quality RPGs that week, and everybody was thinking and talking about that genre. The fact that everyone does seem to be talking about Claire Obscura and specifically how good it is could be a part of what's pushing Kepler and Sandfall to invest in post-launch content, as one of the game's lead writers recently suggested there's a good chance for DLC due to the game's glowing reception. So another Game Pass narrative that has seemingly broke down for people. People saying, hey, Game Pass is a failure. Game Pass kills game. Game Pass is the game graveyard. We have another studio. We have a publisher even telling you once again that has been nothing but beneficial. And we thought that the conversation around good RPGs was important. Pong, is there anything that you specifically pull out for this? I would like to take a victory lap if I could run around my room, and I would like to let you guys see it as I just prance around as I kind of give you a casual "I told you so." Again, I know I'm not the judger of everybody, and there was no guarantee that I would even like the game, but
right.
Being one of the highest rated, well, not one, being the highest rated user rated game, I think hits a really positive mark for this team of 30 people, maybe a little bit more than that. No, there's information getting out now that there was contract work involved as well, which again, that kind of seems like to be somewhat of a standard in the industry. But at the end of the day, it's it's not what you would get standard. So what's your thoughts on it? Is there anything additionally that you want to add on from our Expedition 33 conversation from earlier? We were kind of giving our thoughts on it just from what we've played so far. But yeah, how you feeling about this news, man?
Oh no, I mean, I think it's great. I think it's great for the team. I said, is it ideal that it was launching when Oblivion dropped? No, it wasn't ideal, and I still stand by that. I think that they, all things considered, even though it obviously didn't hinder them, and I said I didn't think it was going to really hinder them. I do having that week all alone to themselves, or having these past couple of weeks all alone to themselves. Could they have hit marks maybe faster with their game? Potentially, without Oblivion being around. But they also did mention still they saw a lot of crossover, that there were people playing both, which was my main point. Like this concept that the people like us who play these types of games, who are the enthusiasts who do buy and play multiple games, like the thought that we can't play more than one game is really weird. I know there's people out there that certainly are like that, but most people will play good games just to play good games. And if there's two of them at the same time and they own both of them or have access to both of them, they're going to play them both. I mean, again, that's what I did. So I didn't think it was ideal for the team, but I didn't think it was overall going to hurt them, because I said I thought this game was going to stand on its own. Again, you can go back and look at my initial impressions when we first saw Clair Obscur, and I said that this could be special. Like, this has got the makings of a special game, and they obviously delivered it to a very, very high standards and very high marks. And so now when you do that, Steel, even alongside Oblivion getting tons of love again, from including myself, you got a game that's everybody's not whispering, but everybody's saying blatantly, this is your game of the year already. Like, the people are already out here, just like me, saying, don't care. Anything comes out this year, game of the year is Clair Obscur. It's going to sweep. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, so when that talk is going around, people aren't going to miss that game. It doesn't matter really what's around it, right? People aren't going to miss that type of game. That's why I said this is long legs. That's why it might be taking a little bit longer than you were saying that you thought it'd be hitting these marks a little bit faster. This is going to have long legs. People are going to come back to this game. Again, that's what I've been seeing. I've seen more and more people pick up this game as past couple, 10 days. And that shows today. That's why I posted in our DMs and said it earlier. They just hit a new concurrent record on Steam. 10 days after launch. I think. These are long legs, bro. These we don't see that in video games a whole heck of a lot. We've obviously gotten the big games like Pal World. We've had, Helldivers 2 doing this
we've had some moments.
We've had some really big moments over the past couple of years, but to see this game and Sandfall get their proper due, this is going to continue throughout the year, and I don't think it's going to stop. And so I'd love to see it, man. Again, I can't wait to see what this team does. Like I said, we were talking about it last night, playing Arc Raiders. It's going to be interesting what they do here. Do you do some type of sequel? Does this game lend itself to a sequel? Like DLC, yes. And you were saying you'd like to see like a 10-hour expansion or something like that. DLC, it definitely can do. Can we really retell this story in some? And again, I haven't finished it. I don't know what the ending is.
It depends how it ends. I don't know either. Yeah,
I'm just trying to think how they do it. Like, obviously, you turn around and you start making your next game. Like, you make the DLC, but you capitalize if you're Sandfall. And yes, if there's any way you go back to Clair Obscur as a world, which I think might be interesting still, even if it's not like an expedition, maybe something else happens in this world. Maybe some other shit happens after these people think they just got through the Paintress or whatever happens at the end of this, right? Again, I have no idea. So no spoilers, but I'm just saying, let's say the Paintress is gone. They win, quote unquote, but let's say everything looking rosy and all of a sudden more shit happens to this land, right? Maybe you do something like that. I don't know, but I think that the future is obviously extremely exciting for Sandfall and Clair Obscur. So I can't wait to see what they come next with. So,
100%. Shout out to look, Kepler, you definitely got a diamond right here for you. I will say, so we're not overflowingly positive about the game. There's some takeaways. There are some performance issues. The game does need to be optimized more. I think there is an overabundance of bloom in the game to the point where it's like, this is kind of overdone, and they don't have a whole lot of settings that you can adjust, at least on PC, to help eliminate some of that. It's just like in the brighter areas, it's just like, damn, did I just step outside? Like, why is it so goddamn bright in my fucking face? And then the whole area would be like that. So it's little stuff. But other than that, I mean, I don't really have anything else really negative to say about the game. Oh, well, other than the quick restarts. I would love to have the quick restarts. I think more so than just me, because of how my play style. I think more than that, I think it's just for people overall, because I could see somebody getting frustrated by, why can't I just run the match back? Why can't I just run the fight back? Why do I have to go back to the flag? And that hint puts itself more in that Souls conversation as well that people try to avoid. Like it does that. You die, you go back to the flag. You got to run back through the enemies to get to wherever you were. No, you don't have to pick up souls or anything. You don't lose anything, but still, all the enemies spawn back. You got to deal with all the stuff again. If you go through an area, you don't hit another flag and you die, you got to go through all of it again. Sure, you can avoid the enemies. You don't have to fight them just like you would like traditionally. You know what I mean? But it's
needs a photo mode.
It's cool. It does need it's just way too pretty. It's the game is way too pretty not to have a photo mode.
Yeah, I'm sorry, devs and everybody involved in I don't understand not having a photo mode in these types of games specifically. Like if you're making like a Balatro, you don't need a fucking photo mode. Okay. I'm not but in any type of game that's a looker in this type of world in 2025, at least have a basic photo mode that I can go to. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be Dragon's Dogma level. It doesn't have to be the most complex. Just give me a basic photo mode that allows me to take easy screenshots. You got to have it in 2025 because people share that shit out. Yes, we still share screenshots. We still share videos. We still share all of that stuff of your game. But man, when you got a photo mode, and it makes that just a little bit extra sparkle on what is already a drop dead gorgeous game, it's good for you, man. It's good for you. Add a basic photo mode.
And the other thing too, what Fuzzy's talking about as well, I am kind of bothered by why am I playing a single player game where I can't pause it? Why is it? Why doesn't the game pause? Yeah. Like, so because again, real life happens. You're in a fight. If the enemy's taking a turn. Like, so there's moments where you just have to let the enemy take a turn. I can't pause it. I can't like stop. Oh, there's no, I have to fucking sit here and let my ass get waxed up. Oh, if I got to get up real quick. Again, a small gripe. It's really not that big of a deal. No. But there are instances where I found I was like, damn, I can't fucking pause it right now. What's going on? But you can't pause it like in the overworld and stuff like that. But there's just, again, certain instances. And then the whole save
overworld too, by the way. The overworld's gorgeous.
I really like the overworld. Yeah. I really like the overworld. Again, it gives you those early Final Fantasy vibes. Yeah, Tiny Tina's another one that did it really well. Yeah, I like that. Again, it's something so small, but it's like it adds on to the experience a little bit. You're traversing it. It's a way to traverse the world without like making it open world. You know what I mean? Like that's a cool way if that's going to be the hub kind of thing. Yeah, Lydia, that's what I was just saying. Like you can press select. But like when you're in fights and stuff like that, and there's other times where it's just like you can't pause it. I don't even think you could pause the cutscenes. And I think that's when it bothers me more because it's like, damn, I got kids, man. If I gotta,
I still would like a save. I would still would like a save point. You don't have to allow me to save. You don't have to allow me.
Like no saving during the battle. I get that. No saving during the battle.
Exactly.
But if I want to save right before the battle.
Right.
Like Fuzzy was saying.
I understand.
Why do I got to swap stuff out?
Don't give me unlimited slots. Give me 3 slots. But just let me save, bro.
Good call,
I never trust the flag saves. I never trust that shit. I hate not being able to manually save. I don't trust games that don't allow me to do that. It irks me.
And again, like to Fuzzy's point, he said you could pause the cutscene by pressing A.
Yeah.
I only started doing that like if I already went through the cutscene where I'll be out because you tap buttons to see if you can skip it so you can get back to the fight. So I only started noticing it then. But that is a good call. You can press A during the cutscenes. I'm never thinking about that in the moment to be honest. And I'm pressing the start button and it's not working. So that throws me off too. Why is it not start button to stop? It's like that in every other game. Why is it not here? It's A button. That was weird. So again, it's little nuances for me that it's just little things. It's not perfect, but
no,
it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be.
No, this is close. That's why it's got the highest user rating ever all time. So I mean, it's close, man. It's not a whole lot to dislike about the game.
Yeah, there's not. Remake Station says it's nice that people are pretending to like Arc Raiders when they know Marathon is it. Remake Station. I know you're being funny. But to touch on that very quick, to touch on that kind of quickly, because I do think that that's a good conversation to have. The thing about Arc Raiders that is or should be eye-opening for people in comparison to Marathon is that you can look at both and see that there are blatant advancements that Arc Raiders has that Marathon doesn't. Arc Raiders is coming out up front with 3 maps in a test. Bungie has what? 1? Marathon has the 1.
Oh, they got 3 total.
Oh no, they got 3 total for launch. When they had 2 I think they had 2 for the beta. So sorry.
Something like that.
But even how people are receiving the game seems to be more positive than there are for Arc Raiders. I mean, than for Marathon, excuse me. So, and I'm still excited about playing Marathon. I still want to play Marathon. I think it's going to be the game that I like. I also think that it can be in its own lane and still be a similar style game, right? First person versus third person. That's why I don't think Arc Raiders needs a first person. Let it be a third person. We already don't have third person games like that. So let this be one. Like, goddamn. And like then to Decato's point, and I think that's what makes Arc Raiders special because he says, I don't like the PvEVP, but I like Arc Raiders. And that's my own opinion. And and it's like, I don't typically like to do the PvE side all the time, but the way that this game makes it feel, it is similar to what Pong was stating, like Helldivers, those tense moments, and knowing additionally that I will lose the stuff that I have on me. It don't matter what I die to. It does add additional tension that people say they love from that genre that Tarkov, a game like Tarkov, I was never going to play.
Right.
They both can be very unique and in their own space. But when you look at both up front, you have the developers come out and do this grandiose thing trying to present their game, and they didn't present the game well. Then you have Arc Raiders come out with their second technical test, coming off their first one where you had a little bit of the talk, again, from what I remembered, and then we looked it up. We had Jasper's clarification, and he said it wasn't good in that first technical test. You come in there a second technical test, they don't say nothing else about. Nobody came on screen and said, "Oh, this is what to expect, and this is what we're going for." Nah, and Bart just said, "Dropped it," and this is the reaction that you're getting from the people. People have an expectation from Bungie. People's expectations from Embark is just the finals right now, more than anything. And unless you know, like Paul mentioned earlier, ex-Battlefield devs. So it's like, unless you're in the know, this is pretty goddamn unique. Again, going back into that conversation, comparing those smaller teams to the bigger teams, like Bungie, who are both trying to get into the extraction shooter genre niche. A market, it's not flooded. Like when people say, oh, everybody's trying to do extraction shooter, who? I don't see many. I've seen people try to do it, but they're also Rainbow Six Extraction did not play like either one of these games that are coming out. And I do think Arc Raiders has the potential to outdo Marathon, but it's just because of what we have on the table right now between both games. It seems more involved. It seems like there's more there. It seems like there's actually an identity there. Where that seems at least from what I've observed, because I haven't played Marathon yet, from what I've observed, it doesn't seem that way there. So we'll see. People say everywhere. What are you talking about, Nixie? People say everywhere. Where is it? Let me know what you're talking about there. Decado says, I do want to trade Gray Zone Warfare. Gray Zone. Yeah, I'm gonna end up passing on that. It's only so many. Arc Raiders has my attention, for sure, especially for a third-person shooter.
Yeah, I did want to try Warzone or Gray Zone forever too. So maybe eventually I get to it, but yeah, no, there's just so much. It's right now.
Yeah,
It's
man,
nuts right now, man.
The industry is going to contract, man. It keeps happening. Yeah, I mean these extraction games, especially on console, Nixie. Oh, gotcha. That's my point. People saying everywhere, where is it? All these extraction games especially on console, they don't exist on console. That's why Bungie's doing the direction that they're trying to go. That's why Arc Raiders, it's full crossplay as well. That's why they're going the direction that they're going. There's a lane. Who's it going to work for? We'll find out. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, that is all that I had on my radar, my list right there. Other than that, since we did a longer show, I'm just going to bypass this thing in gaming so I can get to the store or whatever I need to do, because we still need to decide what we're going to do for dinner. Spend some time with the wife and whatnot, and enjoy the evening. So there is that, and depending on what Pong has going on later, man, we'll see. If you're not busy,
we can get in.
and we'll maybe get some more Arc Raiders in, man. See if we can end up hating the game. Let's see what we can do at least before the servers close tomorrow for the game, because tomorrow Sunday is the last day. And again, now that I have over the time allotted, if anybody wants a friend invite code, I think I can only send out 2. There might be a little some of that. Decado says streaming Arc Raiders. I might do that. Depending on what's going on later, I may just do that. I can't tell you it's going to be some extreme pro level gameplay. But we'll get in game chat and see if people want to talk some smack. Ghost Wolf, it's a friend code, because the only way, if you haven't received access to the technical test, is through a friend code, and you had to have played the game for 4 hours or for 4 matches to be able to use that friend code. In Voidlock, that's my main thing. He says Bungie going to learn to stop putting out half-baked games, need to be delayed. It just ties into what we talked about earlier. People are not going to keep settling for this half-ass shit.
Nope.
So, all right. Beautiful people, man, what a fucking fantastic episode. It was heart pumping from the very beginning. We got into knee deep in the gaming conversation of the week, as we tend to do every week here on Living Split Screen. It just seems to be a constant, fire starter for us. We get super excited about talking about them, especially chopping it up with you guys, because you guys you're playing them too. You know what I mean? So you go back and forth with us, you get involved in the conversation. That's always a good feeling. And just being here chopping it up with y'all is, again, it's a feat in itself. Always appreciative on a weekly basis. Gonna try to be better about uploading the audio side. Sunday again, last Sunday I had another 12 hours for you guys, whoever was interested in that. But we are up to date now. Episode 185 is going to be our most recent one, so look for that upload tomorrow, probably in the afternoon some point, if you're interested on the audio side of things. And other than that, it was such a great time to chop it up with my Brody Pong on this. But Pong, man, let the beautiful know where they can find you, man, what you got going on. And yeah, man, appreciate you coming through.
Oh, another fabulous Saturday. What a great start to the day, getting to chop it up with you, brother. Even though we actually got some playtime in last night, which has been ultra rare for you and I. It's been a long ass time. We get some in tonight, 2 days in a row. Holy shit, that's gonna be amazing. But no, even better to be back here with a group of people that we have in our chat. Love to see you all coming out here each and every Saturday. You know the drill. It is just fantastic. The passion, the love that this community has for this industry specifically is unmatched. And I think that the enthusiasts, those of us that do pay this much attention, those of us that care enough to listen to shows or engage in shows, that is just an extra special. And so I love you all. Love all your thoughts. Love you coming out here, whether we agree or disagree, each and every Saturday. It's something new here on Living Split Screen. And man, I got shows on hiatus. So this is the one spot now. So now this becomes even a bigger moment for my week because again, podcasting is a part of my therapy. It is one part. Obviously, gaming is another part, but this is a part of my therapy. I'm down to like one spot right now, man. Shout out to Mav and the Fun Spec family. Again, on hiatus over there. If you guys haven't heard, Mav did make the public post about that. Again, real life always will come first. And we've been doing this for so long together now that obviously we all got stuff going on. So shout out to Mav. Love you, brother. And we'll be here when you get back. And of course, PTK Blam as well. And the Shop Podcast still being on hiatus. Shout out to PTK Blam and his family too, PTK, as well. Again, extra special prayers for everybody here, man. I always do that. And if you got a moment, whatever you do, if you can think about them, please do so, man. Again, it ain't always easy, man. Real life it ain't rainbows and unicorns. So as we all know. Anyway, so this is really cool to get here and to get to talk to my brother Steele. We're still chopping it up here on Living Split Screen. And thank you all for joining us again. Another absolute great day, another great Saturday. You guys know how to find me, Pong Soul everywhere. Follow me, I'll follow you back. But I got no other shows to promote, so we're on hiatus everywhere else except for here. So again, I'll shout out Double Barrel Gaming. I'll shout out Mr. Boomstick the Man, 5 days a week over there. But Xbox Factor Podcast, all good things green every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Join that crew for them. And then just keep your eyes and ears open for everything else, for the Fun Spec fam stuff and for PTK Blam and the Shop Podcast. But otherwise, God willing, next Saturday, right back here. This freaking amazing dude, my brother from another Steel Rain, for another episode of Living Split Screen. Otherwise, everybody, it's the golden age of gaming. Get out there and enjoy whatever you're enjoying. Obviously, enjoy some time with family, touch grass, all that good stuff too. But I hope you do get some gaming in. So have a great weekend. Play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, and beautiful people, again, I want to thank you all for coming out. If you want to chop it up with me, you can find me on X, otherwise known as Twitter, under the name of Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. It's the easiest place. And other than that, it's always a fun time to be right back here every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time for Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry in the home of that RTS approach, real-time strategy, and that ECP, educated consumer perspective, because me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. We're just two dudes who bring our professional knowledge, mix it in with our gaming expertise, and chop it up with you all about what's happening out there. Play a little Armchair CEO and go from there. Other than that, y'all be easy. Enjoy the rest of your day, night, morning, whenever you end up tuning into this, and we'll catch you on the next one. Much love. Y'all stay easy. Peace. Watch this trailer, though.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
And I can't let go.